Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第244天 right? It is day 244. A little bit different yesterday. We skipped over our lessons, so that's why these are all blank because kind of went really late, and actually the lessons rolled over to the next day, and they're always set at 20 lessons because that's the daily rate that we have. So we didn't do lessons yesterday, so there wasn't anything about that, but we did do half the reviews so that the volume was halved. In our review there was one that stuck out, which was 최. 최. Let's see, how did 최 work? We have your decorations, right? Decorations where Casper was taking a dagger and he was trying to create a moonlit romantic getaway on a beach house next to the cliff, getting rid of all the brittle decor that were held together by cheap paper clips and whatnot. So that was the one that stuck out the most. The other ones, we kind of just scrapped our way through it while we were a bit fatigued. Alright, let's get into our lessons today.
平凡
平凡 frequent, right? We have 凡 which is numerous, 平 which is frequent numerous. 我不喜欢平凡的通知 Oh, notification 通知 interesting. Makes sense.
平凡
Fun.
窗帘
窗帘 window curtain 窗帘窗帘挡住了，这是挡住 right? No. 是抓住 wait glitter bomb finger 挡住了阳光
窗帘挡住了阳光。
interesting 窗帘 window 挡住了 block live block poured, so blocked, interesting 挡住了阳光阳 so it's like sun 阳光 sunlight. Oh, okay, that makes sense. 阳光 okay. So the window curtain block. Oh, okay, interesting. 挡住窗帘 no what? Oh wait. Oh, 窗帘
逻辑
逻辑make sure this one's kind of a tough one. Luke Skywalker is not great. Okay. Got a net, right? Net made of silk. Gotta capture the he's patrolling. Escapes through the road. Okay, and then 逻辑 for edit, and then logic. Oh, patrol edit for logic. Logic was what allows ourselves to patrol a collection of facts and edit and compile them. It's kind of like pipeline or like using pipe. What was it? Administration in Japanese, where you take like the pipe and then the logic, pipe logic, which is kind of like a patrol logic. Patrol is a framework and it deals with making decisions based on that. It's interesting that there's no li, like lo li instead, lo li for logic. Edit. 这个问题没有逻辑 yeah, it's that same logic.
逻辑纲领
纲领 gun is guidelines, 领 collar. This is very similar to collar as in like to leash something or to like create boundaries or restrictions or like containing something. So if you're containing a set of guidelines, it's a program. A program is a plan according to the guiding principles that pulls everyone by the collar towards some common end. Yeah. That's fine. Gunling. 他们制定了这个纲领。
他们制定了这个纲领。
Formulated. Formulate is a weak one. Oh, translation. Formulated. Like a system, a determined system, which is formulated.
纲领饼干
饼干 that's cookie. 饼干 round cakes eat. Or dry round cakes. Round flat cakes. 饼干. This word can refer to a biscuit, cracker, cookie. Yeah, pretty much everything. 我喜欢吃饼干。
饼干
I had a cookie recently. Really good. Not very often though. Maybe once a year. Okay. I didn't misspeak. I eat like cookies once a year. When I'm out and about or something. Okay. 平 picture it. Okay, that's good. That's fine. The right was the
平凡
平凡
窗帘
窗帘 Okay. Okay.
逻辑
逻辑
纲领
纲领 Okay. Okay.
饼干
饼干 Okay. To decorate 装饰 ornaments plus 装 attire ornaments decorate. Fair enough. To decorate a room is to hang ornaments everywhere, which are effectively the attire of the... Okay. 他用花朵装饰房间
他用花朵装饰房间。
Flowers to decorate the room. Okay.
装饰。羽绒服。
羽绒服 down a feather down clothing or apparel. A down jacket, that makes sense. Or down apparel, maybe a little bit more general. 我冬天穿羽绒服。
我冬天穿羽绒服。
羽绒服。柜台。
柜台。柜 cupboard 台 platform. Oh, counter. Cupboard platform. A counter. I mean, I can kind of see that. The counter is sort of cupboard that is bolted to the floor with the platform at the hip. Yeah, I suppose. 柜台下有免费的食物。There's free food on the counter.
柜台。情谊。
情谊。情谊。Friendship. 情 feelings. Feeling friendship. Friendly feelings. Okay. Yeah, okay. Friendly sentiments. 他对我表现出情谊。
他对我表现出情谊。
Why did you say it like it was silenced? 情谊 because it was so much lower.
情谊。
情谊 okay.
蔬菜。
蔬菜 vegetable. 蔬菜 are what? It kind of looks like Chinese yard, and I don't think I have this. R was a Arjong. I don't know. Arjong. 讨厌蔬菜。
儿童讨厌蔬菜。
童 Tarzan, Chapel, standing. Oh wait, I do have this. That's young. Oh dang it. Artong. That's child. Child. Dang it, Artong. I forgot about Tong. How did the videos go? They were pretty interesting. I watched a little bit of Scurry's Silk Song thing. He has a way of jump cutting as well. But he seems like a very usual person who does like speed runs and your likes. And then the other guy, Bog was very much a tech first-hand recording his first experience and stuff. I looked through most of his videos too. Seems very down your road, I would say, based on what you're discussing. For myself, heavy enrichment on coding, and then obviously lots of the videos are titled in a manner that I feel is very appropriate for YouTube. Not personally, not my thing, but I got the two of them gives me a very good idea of where about you, as an extension. So very on point, even to the mannerisms that they speak, the way they speak, and their accents. Also, their accents and speaking patterns are very on point. It also makes sense why you mentioned the red panda thing, and pretty strong on the red panda thing. There's a lot of strong self-selection for that type of niche culture. So, yeah. Pretty chill guy. The keyboard thing. I watch a lot of Hippotech, like a lot of Hippotech. So that he went all in. I guess it makes sense because that was part of his like every once in a while videos. His first stuff, like this is my first time doing this. This is my first time doing that. He does go in like full stop. It's very pleasant to see what he mentioned or what is. I think it's very useful to know what first impressions are, and he has like a blend of first impressions. I kind of like it. He didn't mention a lot of like tape mods and stuff, so he did something unapologetically, like candidly, out of sincerity, as opposed to like hyper prepare for it. Because if he was hyper preparing for it, there would be a lot of other things. There was also a nod to what's her name, Click. I forgot her channel name, but it was like, it's like Click and something. She no longer does keyboard videos. She's into clocks now, but it's very similar. So she has moved on from keyboards. It was kind of interesting to see him watching, like, had a short cut to that person. Her and Hippotech kind of were like two big ones. Now she's into like clock stuff. It was interesting. By coincidence. By coincidence, I saw her video about moving on. She recently has done what she basically feels she's done with keyboards. And then now she's making clock videos. It's interesting. I think I got a very strong understanding of the stuff that I can suggest or talk about. What did you think of the keyboard thing? Are you into keyboards, Mika? I went really late yesterday, so I stopped. We went like there was other conversations later down in the day, so we're a bit recovering from that. I kind of watched the video like the 7 in the morning. You mainly watch Hippotech to watch reviews about your own keyboards or keyboards of friends, but you're a slight hobbyist personally. I see. Yeah, after watching a lot of Hippotech, it's still the same area. Like there's a very strong self-selection for those type of things, right? And even down to the mannerisms. So I felt it was very comfortable. It was very comfortable. Like the early Hippotech stuff is very similar. You kind of get like a vibe of the type of people that are interested in that. I do not have a custom built keyboard. I'm currently using a Ducky. This is 3 years old, and the keyboard before that ran into the ground. Some of the keys are starting to double actuate, so I might build one, possibly. It's kind of fun building things. Kudos to Bog though for like really taking it to the whole like he really went in for it. Like he took the disassembly and then reassembled it. I thought it was pretty entertaining when he went like taking the whole thing and then putting it back and like thinking, well, I don't know what this is, and then at the end was kind of nice that he mentioned like lubing and all that stuff. I thought it was funny when he was trying to put back the stabilizers segment. It goes all in and actually does his own research. I think the whole research thing, it's common for most people online. So it's the candidness that was very I think I appreciate the candidness. So I agree with you with the whole going all in, the candidness. The research part, I think that's something that is bare minimum for anyone who's doing something. I think underestimating people's ability to research is or like seeing that it's a common thing. or like identifiable thing. I don't think particularly that's what's too identifiable to me. Right. Despite not making a custom keyboard myself, you can most definitely know most of these types of knowledge, but it's the wisdom of wanting to experience it, and I quite enjoy that. He's like, I don't want a full keyboard, I just want to build one. Like, well, all right, if you give me a full build keyboard, I might as well build it again. It was kind of, I like that. That was pretty good. I think his channel overall, though, are probably paved with content that I typically do not resonate with. As in, I don't resonate with content that, on my search results and stuff, they're usually void of things like, this is what you have to do, or this is the best way. Is this how you do this? This is what you do. I don't really partake in those type of videos most of the time, but it is very popular and cool for other audiences. Like him, I like the doing part, not necessarily the not necessarily the being told part. So Hipio, it's also true that I just watch reviews on Hipio, like not really, like not all that common anymore for me. I don't really watch videos on that. Most of the videos that I typically watch, I've already mentioned some people, they talk about their experiences. Most of the time it's talking about their experiences, not necessarily their research. Right. So things that you can't put it's difficult to place a price on, because their experience, if they describe and express their experience, it's difficult to duplicate it. And I like that part of Bog's videos. There are things you cannot duplicate on it. Research you can duplicate. That candidness is one of a kind, in my opinion. That's, you have a bit of an Akko Glazer. Okay. But you also find Serachi caps quite interesting. I think I would probably do like a, what is that blue and purple thing called? It has rain in it, I think. Hold up. Rain 75? Maybe start with a Rain 75 and build from there. Rainy 75? Possibly. That might be my next thing, you know, start with a Rainy 75 and then work up from there. Would have to decide on switches. The Switch collection that Milk, the sponsor, the Milk thing, was pretty generous. He's got a lot of Switch choices. Really went into it. The stock switches were great. The stock switches were really good, and he ended up, Bog ended up sticking with the stock switches. At first he cut and tried to use the silent switches, the tactile silent switches, and man, that's some what do you call, what do the words they use now? It's not the creamy. It was very creamy sounding. The stock keyboard that they had was very creamy, the Milk brand. You've seen so many videos, they seem like a good place to buy from. You haven't personally due to regional reasons. Yeah. I forgot. We have to talk about vendoring regional regions, yeah. Rainy 75 was, interestingly enough, the Rainy 75 was one of the last keyboards. So that person that the video wasn't, like Bog was watching a video, that one of the last keyboards that person reviewed. Yeah, it's gonna be a while before. Usually my keyboards, lots of buttons will have to double actuate before I replace the keyboards. Yeah. Right now, what's on the docket is Windows. You know, the Windows operating system is going to be end of support in October, right? So we're going to build a new PC. It's been a while. I'm going to finally retire my how old is it? My 15-year-old half X, or probably a Lian Li, a Lian Li Langcool or something like that. I forgot what it's called. Or it could end up being a Meshify or a Fractal North. Fractal North. Yeah, it's a Cooler Master half X. Not 15. Not 15 years. 10 years. 10 years. Wait. 7 years. Wait. 5 plus. Oh no, it is 15 years. Yeah, my half X, Cooler Master enclosure for the full tower. It's been a while. We've built in this for quite some time now. So it's gonna be time to modernize a little bit. It's gonna be some sort of like, might be the Meshify 3 or the Fractal North, and or maybe some mid-range Lian Li tower. We'll see which one it will be. And then we have our 5-year updates. Every 4 or 5 years, I have a hardware update. So certainly a good investment 15 years ago. Lots of use. Oh yes. This thing is heavy as heck too. I remember describing someone's like, so you live on the 11th floor, huh? How much is your rig? Like, how heavy is your rig when you're going up? It's like, well, most of the weight comes from the chassis, because the chassis is like 30 pounds. Or how much is that in kilos? The conversion. 13.6 kilos. I'm like, okay, sure. It's not like all the weight, but it's kind of funny. Like, what does it feel like? Oh, it just feels like lifting 2 dumbbells. 225. Like, all said and done, I think it was about 50 pounds, so we'll say 20 kilos. There's an ongoing joke among people that know me. You upgrade everything except your PC. So much spent on keyboard. Oh, the peripherals? Yeah. It's been a while. Like, I'll give you a roundabout. This is my AT2020. My Audio Technica AT2020 that I've had for 12 years? Probably. 12 years. AT2020. The mic arm did not break. I just replaced the mic. And then my cam is a C920 from 12 years ago. I recently replaced the ring light though. Nothing has broken. What earphones do I use? I have a Moondrop Aria from 5 years ago. So these are my Moondrop Arias 5 years ago. And I recently replaced some peripheral stuff. My monitor was replaced recently. I have an Alienware DW. I forgot what it's called. DW, DWF, but I forgot what the number is. The number, I believe, is the 30. It's like, it's a DWF. 3423, probably 3423. DWF, video OLED, right? That's my most recent purchase. And then the desk was recent. It was a purchase. It is a Vera Life desk, motorized standing desk, and this replaced a desk that I had for over 18 years. It's still, all my stuff is still there. The desk is fine. It was a folding desk that only fit just enough. Like, it folds and goes. You know, most of the stuff that I have, they don't break necessarily. They just become less useful. And then we replace them every so often. What other peripherals do I have? I have a Xbox Elite Series 2 controller that is 5 or 6 years old now, something like that. And not much more than that, other than my phones. Like, I had a Pixel 1, a Pixel 3, and a Pixel 6. And then now we're looking at picking up a Pixel 10 this year. Yep. I have a spare pair of headphones that I used to wear. The Philip one. I forgot what it's called. I have no idea what it's called anymore. Like what number it is, but it's a pair of Philip headphones. My mouse is a Orochi V2. Yeah, it's a white Orochi V2. Right. Been working like a workhorse. I actually go through mice pretty quickly, far more than my keyboard. So what kind of stuff you have? What kind of stuff do you have to mount? I don't use a pad. I can't really say anything about a pad. What kind of peripherals you're into? Yeah, this year is going to be a refresh on hardware or everything pretty much. And then this whatever PC I'm on now will be backup. It'll be used as a secondary work place. It's probably going to be my music recording thing. We're going to move this like up to a different room, and then we're going to start doing some guitar work. And this has already been planned for like years before. I have a couple of I have like a tripod and some recording setup things, so I can get back to working on playing an instrument, right? That's always exciting. Gotta keep doing things. Keep yourself engaged, right? Enjoy what hobbies you can pick up. Currently, you're using Daydream Desk. I see. A Daydream Desk mat. Moondrop Starfield 2, nice. Horrible Random Spare Desk, I see. Sakura Miku Ako mouse, I see. Forgot the name. Blue Yeti mic, okay, fair enough. And keyboard, you currently have 2. Oh yeah. I technically have more than one keyboard. It's just I retired the other keyboard. I think keyboards are really wonderful. They stand the test of time, you know. You take care of things, you don't beat them up. The last thing that broke, like, if I can tell you the last thing that broke, what do I have that broke, like, from, quality control thing? Okay, it didn't break, but hear me out. Before my Xbox Elite Series 2 controller, I had an F320 Logitech, the very like $25 Logitech one. I used the stick. I used that controller so much that how your analog sticks, they have rubber, like silicone on them. It wore down to the plastic. So on the left stick, in driving games, it's usually the left stick that's doing the steering. The corner of one of the silicone sticks wore down so much that my thumb was making contact with the plastic part underneath the silicone, like in the silicone. So that's when I replaced it. That's why I have an Xbox Series 2 control now. So I work my stuff. I think maybe you can call it unlucky or not taking care of things, but I don't think my life, I can knock on wood or something. I don't think in my life I've had too much of failure in electronic purchases. I think 95 to 95% of the stuff, they go through their course of life, and it's largely due to modern tech, like a generational leap that I change out of the technology. Like, for example, my Alienware QD OLED panel is because now it's finally reached maturity on the tech. So now I moved from an high refresh LCD monitor, right, to a QD OLED mid refresh rate monitor in anticipation for my hardware upgrade on the PC. And then mouse is also that. My next mouse will probably be a vertical mouse and not a horizontal mouse. There's a very specific up and coming mouse that I would go to now. And then my keyboard will be changed to obviously like a hot swappable thing that I can use to have more utility. So we're constantly going up from a technological standpoint. The cam, if I replace the cam, it will probably be the cam will probably be replaced with a Insta 360 or something that has a automated gimbal and a position device. Like I would be able to signal it to move on its own, kind of thing. That's the feature that I would like. So I buy new tech by rolling over for features. Other is an AKO 5075B base, Ceraki ceramic white and teal concept. Okay, white, I like that. Ceramic and teal, very nice. Ceramic white and teal. I kind of like that teal, like pastel. I like the pastel, higher white density in my colors. So I tend to have like whites and lighter variances of colors. Kibun matcha. Kibun matcha switches with lube. This keyboard weighs 1.5 kilos, so it's not practical to carry, but you experiment a lot on keyboard. I see. You would never suggest you buy Kibun switches. Please don't. That's fair. That's fair. What would I buy? I would probably buy, like, if I really wanted to invest, right? Probably buy some pandas or something. Some holy pandas. Is that what they're called? Probably some panda switches. Hold up. Let me make sure that's what they're called. Yeah. Probably go with some holy pandas. That's interesting. I haven't talked to people about keyboards because I don't buy things very often. I buy things like once every 5 years. The most eventful purchases I have, I joke about this a lot. When you get old, I'm not saying you're getting older yet, but if you're as old as me, I suppose, the most exciting thing you do is whenever you decide to spend money on yourself. Like, what I mean is, I don't really spend money on myself. So when I do, the most exciting thing is I bought new underwear, or I bought new pajamas last year. That was exciting because this current one that I'm wearing, like, I've worn this, taking care of this so much that even the corners of the fabric, you can see it's lighter where the shoulders are worn. So like if I turn my back, the fabric on this is lighter than the front because I've worn and taken care of the things that I have. So usually I don't buy things very often. Like the most exciting thing is buying a new protein powder or buying some fiber supplements so I can have better bowel movements. That's the most exciting thing. Like legitimately, my next purchase, my really immediate next purchase, I'm done with my shampoo and conditioner pair, and I'm looking and I'm doing some research to see what the next pair of shampoo and conditioner I'm going to buy. That's the most exciting thing. And I actually think, honestly, it's very exciting. But these things might not sound as exciting to other people. But typically I'm doing I like to optimize my life. So a lot of times wherever I make a purchase, it's an opportunity to be excited and delve into it. So right now I'm in a kick where I read a lot of people who talk about conditioners and hair care products and skin routines and dermatology documentation and whatnot. Oh, also, please never buy Gateron milky yellow switches. I haven't considered anything of that nature yet. Hair products are a pain. It can be. It can be. Now, hear me out. I don't do like I've lived a quite a long life now, so this isn't the first time I got caught up with hair products. And then there's like I can tell you a lot about what goes into lip balm and like chapsticks, because it was a time that we needed some chapstick, hand sanitizers, detergents, delivery detergents, appliances like washers, dryers, electrics, breaker boxes, lawnmowers. I myself haven't mowed lawns most of my life, but a lot of times you don't even use lip balm and chapstick. You don't even know what's in them. Yeah, it depends on your climate and how your body reacts. So I used to live in a place in which it can get your lips can start cracking, and then excessive bleeding and stuff off your lips can happen for people. So you have to like understand what is it that is appropriate, right? And oftentimes I also do research because people ask me to do research on things, and if they're buying something, I don't tell them what I already know. I go and do the research with them. So I've accumulated a lot of miscellaneous things over my life, like how to buy diapers, women hygiene products, hair curlers, blow dryers, ironing boards, irons, how to fold clothing, like different types of clothing, or how to pack for airlines and whatnot. It's been some wild life, like quite a wild life. Most of the time when I ever have the opportunity to solve someone's problems, I usually do it with them. So like earlier today, I'm a little late today. Earlier today, it was really fun to see that one of my friends have decided to start investing, right? Or they started to do like the first steps of trying to make their future a little bit monetarily nice. And it was great because I learned something, right? So we jumped in and I immediately, hit the ground running. We start looking up, checking out what they're looking at. And I learned a little bit, and that's kind of cool. That's how I accrue most of my knowledge. It's through application. So if I need to buy something, then I do the research, right? And then if someone needs help, I do the research with them. The idea is to be interested in problems not only of yourself, and then after time doing new things and learning things, it becomes like the back of your hand. Like eventually my father will have a new problem, and then I will have to learn how to take care of it. Like how to retire, for example, in the United States. Retirement is an important task, in taxation and all that stuff. So incomes, adjusting, health insurance, all that stuff you have to do as well. If you know how to make hair that can't decide between being straight, curly, fluffy, be straighter, please share. Oof. Hair straightening, huh? That's what that other it's funny because The people around me want their hair to be like curly. Most of my like peers that I've been associated with tend to have straight hair. And I feel like your hair sounds wild. Like perhaps instead of straightening it, maybe consider styling with it. Having like a dynamic hair is quite interesting. Unless you're talking about like you're having humidity control problems, like the weather is causing your hair to do wild things. That is certainly something to consider. Every up to a few years, your hair decides it wants to change texture, which sucks. Why does that suck, Mika? Why do you feel like your hair texture sucks? Weather doesn't help. It rains most days here. Ah, I see. Autumn. I see. Intriguing. Why does your hair? It sounds like it's an adventure. You can work with your changing hair texture. My hair doesn't change textures, so there's not anything. You can't mess around with the hair. It's just straight and black. There's no documentation about this, but in high school, when I was like a little younger than you were, I used to have multicolored hair. There was a time when my hair looked like the beach, like a sand beach. So it ranged from like reddish all the way to like a blondish color. That used to be my hair. And I haven't done that since I was a teenager, so none of that has happened since. Like it used to be straight, then was curly, then it's straight, now curly-ish, but also straightish. I see. You like the back is straight but a bit floofy, but the front is curly and a bit floofy. I see. That sounds fantastic. Now you just gotta put on like a hat, tilt it to the 45-degree angle, and have the floofy part in the front and the no, I'm kidding. It is not fantastic. All right, I'll take your word for it. I obviously don't live with your hair. Fair enough. You can always consider accessorizing with hair clips. You don't like the floof? Oh. Does it like mechanically interrupt you, or do you just it's more of an aesthetic thing? I think the closest thing I can think about when it floof is when your hair starts to curl at the end. Like when hair gets long enough, they start curling at the end. Mechanical and aesthetic. Okay. There's also the option of, are you a long hair person or a short hair person? Short hair tends to not floof up at the end. After a hair gets to a certain length, they tend to floof up near the ends of it. Usually it deals with like a combination of like the age of the keratin and making contact with your like shoulder and your back and whatnot. Longish, but it's every part which floofs, not just ends. Oh, okay. Intriguing. Interesting. Well, I mean, do you think it disrupts you that much, or is it good to go? Like, do you just, it is what it is? I feel this is more of a diminished return situation. Would you want to address it? It's a daily annoyance. Ooh, but that is worth an investment. Keeping it like straight requires like perming, right? Probably like some heat treatment and perming, which that sounds a bit laborious if you want to straighten your hair. That's where that whole like iron, the straightening iron comes into play. I'm scared of those straightening irons, like when people use straightening irons. It's kind of similar to those curling irons. You got a perm once. The process was really physically painful, and after one wash, it didn't even stay at all. And yeah. You're working against your genes now. I think from a mental standpoint, like a psychological standpoint, embracing it, and then using it to your advantage will seem like less of an annoyance. But I guess we're kind of past that point for now. Perhaps it'll come into its own sometime. You refuse to embrace the flu? That's fine. Yeah, that is certainly your prerogative. Well, glad we had this talk about your floofy hair. My hair goes through phases. We shave. We shave it all off, right? Shave it all off after a 6-month period because of running and whatnot. I wear a cap most of the time. When my hair gets about medium length, then the cap leaves, and then when it gets to like a longish phase, the 5th or 6th month phase, it's long. I wash my hair, I put on a cap, it keeps my hair down, then I take it off and it'll be like whipped back typically. You ever consider growing hair longer? It gets really long. Like after 6 months, it's more like a mullet, so then we shave it all off. A bit more at the top. No, not really. It's due to maintenance. It gets very long after 6 or 7 months. Like it gets to a point where it starts doing the curling thing, and it kind of starts looking like a mullet. So then we get it all off. The idea is that I take care of my hair, so we use shampoos, conditioners, right, or at least minimally maintain the hair's life follicles. And then the idea of removing all the hair is to get rid of all the older hair, and then obviously protect the scalp and whatnot, because the healthiest, the living component of your hair are your hair follicles. So getting rid of split ends and stuff comes with the territory of getting a haircut. And going to your stylist and stuff to maintain longer hair and their integrity, it's up to them to try to, to find a stylist that will help maintain the health of your hair as you're going. The biggest floof issue, personally, you can't brush your hair unless it's the shower. Otherwise, your hair gets really, really fluid into the next wash if you brush it dry. Oh, wow. You can't brush through your hair, huh? Interesting. That's all hair things. It sounds like I happen to have touched a talking point. Have you ever considered watching what other people do with floofy hair? Just to like see creative ways to make maybe dislike less your floofy asset. This is kind of a grass is greener on the other side kind of situation, possibly. Floofy hair is interesting. Obviously, that's coming from someone who is surrounded by people with straight hair. Creative liberties, Maybe there's some person who's doing some fun little activities with having floofy hair. Yeah. Anyways, thanks for the share. I will have to see about that hair straightening thing. A lot of people just say if it's like a bit more curly version than what you have, they all try to intentionally make it curly, but I don't like the look and you don't think it'd work for you. I see. Well, that is certainly a conundrum. But that is like, I feel like the curly hair situation is less, it's a little bit more negotiable than like wanting to be taller, which I guess you could wear taller shoes, but curling curly, floofy hair situation is kind of like that too. There's also like the idea of eye color and face structure that comes up quite a lot. You like to be shorter. Interesting. One day. Preferences. You have very strong preferences. The reason why I say that is I kind of just make things work. I have a different perspective on these things. If you're given stuff, there are ways to make it. Since you refuse, right? I typically refusing is my bottom line. Refusing is what I do last, as opposed to doing not going through like acceptance or embracing or whatnot. Big difference is making what you have work versus not liking what you have and wanting to change it until it works. Yeah. Yes. One little caveat. The difference is being satisfied with trying to make it work. It doesn't always work out. So I don't want to give you the impression that the optimistic perspective that if you're someone who likes to make things work, that they always work out. They just trying to make them work out is what creates the appreciation, right? From someone who maybe doesn't like things and refuse things, it might seem like things either should work out or shouldn't work out. I don't particularly think that will be very healthy for someone who likes to make things work out. They will be able to be satisfactory, right? Satisfactory. So like if you're trying to straighten your hair, for example, making attempts to straighten your hair and understanding how your hair works and like trying different ideas, that's where the satisfaction comes from. That's where the appreciation comes from. Putting in the work is what probably separates us the most. Maybe you should try hairstyling right now. You just wash it and leave it. Huh. I think floofy hair. Sorry, I'm not sure if this is what you're going for, but when I think of floofy hair, I think of you might as well just punch that volume to the max and see how volumetric you can get, you know, and just strut around with confidence. I'm not sure how that's gonna be taken in your environment, but that sounds like something. That sounds like a statement, and it would be very liberating. No, never. You don't want to like just punch perm your hair. You know, like really voluptuous volumes. You know. I'm no. Oh, okay. So are you looking to have like a more conservative look? Is that what you foresee yourself in public? More conservative? Sometimes I'm suggesting these things because my inclination is you have a conservative outside. Every once in a while, it can be a little liberating to be a little expressive and then go back, you know, expressive temporarily and then go back. Expressive temporarily and go back, you know, like the balance of life. All right. I'm going to buy a shirt soon, and the shirt is probably going to be a floral colored, like lemongrass with like pink accents. That's probably going to be my next shirt. That's kind of what I'm looking for. And it's gonna be a statement piece. It's kind of a nice thing. You know, you spend 80 to 90% of the time maintaining an image that you have, and then kind of go exploring, go form of self-exploration for like the other 10 to 20%. Try to discover yourself a little, you know. You want to reach a point where things are how you like them and are more conservative first, and then make it more expressive in a way different to now after that's being reached. Interesting. I guess that is definitely one way to go about it, like iterative design. You iterate on the things once you reach a particular goal. Hopefully you get to that goal. I imagine you do it most of the time. Is there anything that you do that you kind of spitball on the wall and see what sticks? Like, have you ever considered doing something like that every once in a while? I think when it comes to like clothing, artwork and whatnot, right? We talked about Inktober yesterday. So Inktober, the reason why that happens is because it's like shooting at a wall and seeing what sticks situation. So you have your ups and downs. It gets, in my opinion, it gets someone normalizing what happens when you have less and less control over something. The idea of always reaching a point conservatively first and then making iterative, more expressive designs, that's someone who is potentially not someone who is very conditioned at understanding how to adapt to situations that are outside their control. You guess with art you do that, but you really dislike your personal appearance for many reasons. I see. Appearance will be in the works for a few years. I'm not entirely sure about the artwork. Sometimes people's choices in appearance and aesthetic kind of reflects also their creative freedom and liberties, like how eccentric they might be. It's an outward expression of themselves, so it would be kind of interesting to see what kind of artwork you produce in the future when your lifestyle changes, right? Like what at the pivotal point when your lifestyle changes. I certainly know that my artwork would be very different if you were to ask me to draw something as a teenager. And what I mean by that is my personality would be very different. Your last year of art has only been anatomy sketches because you hated the first stage being your bottleneck. And you mean like the first stage of your subject drawings. Do you do subject drawings most of the time, like anatomical subject drawings? That's interesting. I did not learn to draw formally or through like bootstrapping. I did the throw things at the wall and see what sticks approach. We did the shotgun approach. You tend to only draw cute girls doing cute things sort of illustrations. I see. I am promiscuous. I am artistically promiscuous, and it's largely because I don't see myself doing it professionally or anything like that. But I am as promiscuous as going out in the lawn and seeing an interesting can on the ground, and I would draw it. And then it would be surrealistic. Most of the time, most of my stuff is some sort of surrealistic take on something that is grounded. So it requires enough to ground the piece, but then the rest is not realistic. So we're talking about like when it comes to anatomy, most of the stuff I draw do not have anatomical things. You have art exams and grades you need to study for. Oh, I see. So you're in class for art, but what they want is a bit different to what you want. Tricky balance. That's fair. It's interesting that's the second. A lot of times you're always talking about what people want and what you want. I know they'll support each other when it comes to learning. Yes, most definitely. Sticking to that note of having holistic skills supporting each other, preferences usually keep someone very narrow in their creative capacity. So it's nice to see that despite maybe you having preferences, you're also taking classes and grades that have things that are suggested and required of you. I think that creates flexibility in the creative process. I think passionately self-selecting for your own things limit one to inspiration quite a bit. And we're talking about here where someone is a purist. They only prefer to do one thing that they know how to do and be very uncomfortable and maybe even vigorously opposing other things, right? I think being a creator or something in a creative profession, that can very much limit their create a glass ceiling. Maybe helpful to know in some form you study math, CS, art, Japanese right now. That's fair. That sounds like a adequate university curriculum, right? Math, CS, art, Japanese. That self-selects itself. Math, CS, art, and Japanese are concordant with each other. And then you can throw in cute girls, waifus, waifu illustrations, maybe some furry culture. Furry culture, reticent in, introversion and stuff. Twitch or streaming related content, and then technology, right? Tech stuff. There are also you'll stay far from the furries except Nekos and such. They're okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, the people that you've already suggested are already probably associated with that. So the likelihood is whether you stay away from it personally, ones that are around you have a self-selection personality like that, right? For myself, yeah, it's all over the place. It's all over the place, but interesting. Like here's a difference in math, CS, art. Math, CS, and art. There's a division for art preferences. There's also individuals who are interested in architecture. So that's like a common division. People who are into architecture. That would be a big one. That separates from the cute girls in doing cute things division. Another one would be instead of architecture, probably engineering. Engineering is the other one, or like artwork related things. Engineering. And then we have your classic tech enthusiasts, which are already a keyboard enthusiast, so that's fair enough. And then audio equipment, right? Maybe like a moonlit audio file in the future to be made, right? I think the alternative outside of art would probably be musician. And especially musician when it comes to music. What do you call that? Math rock. Math rock would be on the top of the list for all those stuff. So if you're these are corollary, obviously. I'm making correlations. So Japanese culture, check. Art, check. CS, check. Math, check. Music, math rock is a very, very common one on the list. Well, you used to do music, wasn't too passionate as you didn't do anything related to it yourself though. I'm not talking about music production, more like listening, like pleasure listening. So oftentimes it can gravitate towards either metered background music, so like maybe like jazz, or like not necessarily jazz in the sense of like, oh, the willy-nilly old jazz. It's more like jazz with a very steady repeating cycle. And math rock does that too. They mess with meters quite a lot. Something with a very strong heavy emphasis on rhythm, right? Definitely not one that deals with like lyrical lyrical clarity. Things like opera, I would say is probably off the list. Broadway, probably off the list. It's interesting. And then another thing would be is probably some stent in 4 out of 5 of the popular platforms. So Minecraft, Roblox, Fortnite, Valorant, League of Legends, right? Some of the one of those. I just named 5 things that I don't play or are on. That's what makes like this correlation stuff interesting when it comes to behavioral preferences. Right. I don't know if I'm anywhere close, but it is interesting. Japanese math rock can be good. Don't like jazz. Opera, Broadway's off the list. Yep, those are only like MC of those 5. Only Minecraft, okay, which is you only need one of them on the list, but used to play MLBB a lot. Similar to League. Interesting. Yeah, you only need one of them. So it's either Minecraft, Roblox, Fortnite, or League of Legends. Maybe no, that's too edgy. The other thing, the 3D one. I don't even know if that's still going. And then opera and Broadway is like a whole a different spectrum. So those are like way off the list. Those are my my behavioral enrichments. The people like me would probably do opera and Broadway and stuff. And obviously this is not to say that you can't have these things. Like you can't correlate with these things. It's they're very highly enriched. Hello there, Hugh. Hello. It's been a while. How are you doing? You don't actively play ML or MC anymore, but years ago you did. Yeah. You can go through phases, obviously. The idea is you have experience with it, right? It's interesting. Like my preferred music is probably like soundtracks, compositions, full orchestra productions stuff. So whenever I think about music, when someone introduces math rock to me, I'm like, yeah, it sounds great. I just like there are like things that are outside of that, you know. Let me see if I can pick your brain a little bit more. What kind of... Do you like Adobe? Do you have an opinion on Adobe? You did mention Clip Studio. Actually, that's kind of a cheap... that's kind of a low-hanging fruit. You did mention Clip Studio the other day, which checks the box. Clip Studio. I'm getting to know you quite a lot, so it's nice to understand what may interest you and may not interest you. Then I can start looking for things, right? I like thinking about people when I'm doing things. Like if I play a video game or I watch a YouTube short or something, it helps to remember things and remember people by remembering what they like and what they don't like and the things they would do. So oftentimes I watch YouTube video not just for myself, but maybe could find something that would interest someone I know, get them to be excited, right? Or they'll just tell me like, nah, that's just crap. It's like, oh, can you tell me about that? Adobe is overpriced. Apple, yes, for design application, not personally a fan. And you're, yeah, Clipsito Paint enjoyer though, yes, sounds about right. That was kind of cheap because you're already using Clip Studio Paint, so Adobe would be off the list. Huh. I will keep my fillers out. I'm basically collecting information. I hope that doesn't make you feel uncomfortable or not, Mika. Like, I personally like to know about people if they're willing to share. So then whenever I'm doing my thing, like I'm watching a movie or reading a news article or something, I pocket those stories, and then when, you know, when you're not busy, if you come back around or you never come back around, it's personally fine. When you come back around, I will have something to share. Not comfortable with it, go ahead and ask a few more questions with predictions if you want. Well, now I'm kind of just asking questions for like more information, right? Do you do fitness at all, Mika? That would be a wild card. Like, do you ever? How are you with food, actually? Like, you mentioned food before, right? How are you with food? Do you watch anyone for food? That'd be an interesting. Like, have you dabbled in, I don't know, Joshua Weissman or something like that? Food is a great universal topic that I typically use to break the ice. Sorry, I was looking at Shu Chai the whole time, so all I can think about right now is food.
蔬菜
Not uncomfortable with it. Good old double negative. I feel like when it comes to double negatives, that's a great indicator of an English speaker, or English speaker that has familiarity with an English culture. Like an dominant English speaking culture. Let's see here.
"装饰
You do indeed do fitness. Food, you're sort of picky, but you like East Asian food. Intriguing. East Asian. How far east are we talking about? And odd other things? You dislike cucumbers? Oh, cucumbers, banana, raw tomatoes? Check. Salad, eggs. Eggs! Interesting. Many more. Don't watch food content. Oh, okay. Here's where I ask the really oddly specific question. What would you consume? What is your beverage of choice and consumption on a cold winter's eve where there's clear skies and the moon is prominent? Oh, you grew up allergic to eggs, and once you tried it, it was just gross. I see. Was it just like straight up eggs? Beverage of choice is always water every time. Interesting. Okay. Huh. It's always water. Well, we can't. That's certainly non-negotiable there. Is there a reason why it's always water? May I ask what the thought is behind always water? Cold or intentionally warm water, no room temp? Oh, okay. What's the difference between a cold and intentionally warm water? What's the intent behind the warm water? To like warm up situations? All day?
"羽绒服
Sorry, I'm like thinking about all the people, all the youngins that are devout water peeps. It's kind of a different perspective, like kettle warm. Yeah, right. Intentionally warm. So your use of cold and intentionally warm water. So non-intentionally warm water would be something like room temp. Intriguing. So like water warmer than room temp. Interesting. It's oddly specific is what I mean. It's an oddly specific way of expressing water. Non-intentional is a room temp, sort of in between. I'm kind of curious. What is off-putting about room temp?
"柜台
You don't know, it just tastes different? Oh, temperature changes taste? It definitely changes the experience. Yes, it definitely changes the experience. How do you like your water? Water itself is no longer basic. So, and what I mean by that is I'm not making an acid base joke, but water is no longer like just water. So how do you like your water? Like what does your water come in? Like how do you do your water? I can't really. I'm trying to phrase it in a way that
蔬菜
bookshelf.
情谊
You don't really like tap water, right? So what are your sources of water? Double filtered, reverse osmosis, a very specific brand of water, a very specific source of the water. I feel like someone, in my opinion, I feel like someone who always water may have a lot of insight into the water that they prefer, because if you're always water, then you don't drink anything else. So it's interesting to pick the brain of someone who say always water, if that is true. Like water coolers or filtered or bottled. Your S tier water would be refrigerated Evian water. Okay, I see. Have you ever since you don't watch food content, right? You ever curious about people taste testing water? Because I did. I watch food content a lot, and it's kind of very interesting when people start talking about water. So that might be something interesting that gets you into quote unquote food content. Oh, you find water tastes funny. You saw a couple. Oh, okay, that's cool. Then there is some food content. They really don't tell the difference. Yeah. So there is a genetic component to it. Yeah, and there's a lot of like water is not, water is a solvent, right? Water is a solvent. So here's a funny water thing. Here's an interesting water thing, and I don't know if you've seen this video. It kind of is slightly viral. Do you like pizza? Do you consume pizza? Like, and we're talking about any variant of pizza. So because I can make it related to a food thing that might be curious about knowing your water. Smart water is sort of dry, for example. Yes, smart water is a little bit dry, honestly. I do have to admit. Pizza, occasionally, you guys? Okay. Hear me out. There was a fun little, like, experiment that a viral content, right, viral channel has done where they were curious if it was the water that made the yeast that was used to make the dough for the pizza was responsible for the different taste in pizza preferences and how it affects the overall experience in pizza. And sure enough, where your water came from affected it. So to me, that's kind of like one of those fun things, like linking water. It's like it's not just water. Like water is a solvent. Things are in water. So when you're thinking about sources, even the thermodynamics and the kinetics of the water, it can also interact with almost all of the things that you make and eat. So also, you think water tastes different depending on how long ago it was open or the room it sat in? Yes. Water sitting in a closed bottle in someone's room makes it taste totally. It does. I typically have this hydro flask. This is how old this is. I think this is a 10-year-old hydro flask. I typically have the water, like the lid, open. Right, and it's because I fill this up and cycle, and then from time to time I would soak it in cleaning solution and then rehabilitate. And during those periods, it's often determined by the slight taste difference. So like when I decide to soak my water bottle, like my flask, right, is when there's a slight noticeable difference over time. So yes, it even closed or open, right? It does affect the thing. I would agree with you from personal anecdote. I don't know if anyone did a fun experiment like that where they like do those things, but there are channels out there that tries to answer these questions, and I quite enjoy those channels too, if you're interested in like maybe adding some physics and some like chemical biology to your water exploration. You do also use a flask, but water in metal bottles taste metallic after 5 or so hours. That's fair. I'm not entirely sure if that is like the way you're saying it is suggesting that all, not all, obviously. Just like water can be different, flasks and metals are different as well. Right. So the container themselves, understanding the properties of the water container is something that would affect that comment that you made. Right. Not all water in all metal bottles will taste metallic after a specific amount of time. It probably requires some nuance in that, much like your interest in water, right? Which I'm interested in seeing where you got that. I'm interested in hearing how you got that metric. Since obviously I don't only drink water, but most of the time. You don't know, you're not super into water bottles, but you've tried 3 and they also tasted metallic after a little while. Interesting. I can't confirm to you what type of, like, without knowing what that type of water bottle is, and then like if you're confirming it in any way, if that is something that is psychological or it's actually there, right? I have to wonder sometimes. I don't know if you argue that water tastes different. Things taste different psychologically as well. Like you can make things taste sweet without having to. It is a real thing, you promise me. That's not what I'm talking about. Like you're kind of missing the point. The point is it can be real and it can also be fake. And not fake in the sense that it doesn't exist, but your form of taste not only can be impacted by what's actually there, it can also impact by what you expect. If you prime someone to think of what's in it, you can get them to think that that is in it. So it would be interesting to see how you prove that, right? So what's a good example? My usual example that I use for this is MSG, monosodium glutamate. And it took years and still to this day thousands of longitudinal studies and stuff to understand that many of the symptoms were psychosomatic, not necessarily normalized behavior. So without going into it, right? Yeah, I'm sure you're familiar with the whole MSG thing. There are ways to try to explain it, but that's kind of, I'm not telling you what. If you think the water tastes metallic, it's metallic. You don't have to promise me to do anything. Like, I'm not gonna force you to drink water from a metal bottle. I just can tell you that, like you, when you promise someone that the water becomes metallic after 5 or so hours, you can't tell others that that's true, because they probably, if they don't experience it, then it's not true to them, right? Because there's no actual evidence to do that. Oh, also the why bottle question. Not super into sweet things. It's wasted calories. Interesting. Not a coffee enjoyer. Tea is just okay. I see. Not into sweet things. It's a waste of calories. Oh, in what way do you think sweet things are a waste of calories? You were the one that we were talking about, like, weight, right? Wait, was it you or was it? Oh no, it might have been someone else. Or were you and I like? Were we? Was that the discussion? Me not liking sweet things and them being wasted calories are separate things. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Weight wasn't you. Okay. Oh, okay. So the comma is supposed to mean that it's not related to the things. It's wasted calories. How is it not related if it's wasted calories? They have to be related based on your English. Like you're saying it's wasted calories. You mean wasting calories is a separate thing. It's wasted calories is referring to. Oh, you're saying it being other drinks. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Other drinks being wasted calories? That's interesting. Outside of, I'm guessing, outside of coffee and tea. That's why you mentioned coffee and tea. Wasted calories. And you're into fitness. You mentioned you're into fitness. May I ask where you get the idea? Like, may I ask where you get the idea of wasted calories? Like, what do you consider as wasted calories? I have my thoughts, but I kind of want to hear it. See if I'm on point. You rather eat something than drink something other than water. That's fair. That's actually quite fair. Huh. Wasted is anything that clearly not healthy nor unhealthy, but something you genuinely like. Wasted is anything that's clearly not healthy nor unhealthy. So you're saying wasted is anything that's unhealthy because you said unhealthy twice. No. You said not healthy. Okay, that's fair. So anything, so wasted is only healthy things. No. No, it's you're saying wasted is only healthy thing. Only not healthy things because that includes unhealthy things, right? So wasted is eating anything that is not healthy, which includes unhealthy things that you deem unhealthy, and then something you don't like, right? But you can't know what you like if you never tried them. So that's probably where my phrasing does. If it's definitely not healthy at all, you don't know that. You're assuming. So I'm gonna say everything that you know you think is not healthy and you genuinely don't like as well. Because it has to be something you don't like. You know you don't like. I'm not sure if it's because it's unhealthy you don't like it, because you rule that out too. So that's kind of where I'm seeing where you're a picky eater. I can understand that. So you only eat healthy things. Is it a affirmative way to say it? You only eat healthy things. But do you like things because they're healthy? And you dislike things because they're unhealthy, or you think they're unhealthy, right? Is that also true? But it's also not something you really like, it's a waste. That's fair. I'm starting to understand how you also decide on your time as well, like the use of your time and your floofy hair and stuff. So if you determine that there's something, a quality that you like, you exclude the rest based on your existing knowledge. So if I can give you that information, it'd be interesting to see how you make your decisions. Yeah, so it's definitely not healthy. You don't like it, right? There's no chance you can like it as well. Interesting. You're okay with trying things? Okay, you do try things often? It's kind of hard for me to believe after you said that, but you don't eat totally healthy. Taste is separate from how healthy something is, but changes how much you want to have it. So, okay, not often, but it's not rare. Yeah, I don't think it's often, but maybe it's significant. It's significant enough. Yeah. My thought is when you're describing that, right? When you're describing that, it comes back to the whole conversation thing and like talking with people and socializing. You have limited experiences. So when it comes to the aspect of liking something, you cannot determine, in my opinion, what you will like or not, but I think you're determining it by the things you know and not because of trying it. So that's why I agree with you. Probably not often, but it's not rare. Yeah. You're still willing to try things, but most of the time I don't think you actually try very much things because you already determine how you like your things. Like, uh, some people look at coffee as an unhealthy habit, so they decide not to like it, right? But that's not because they explored what coffee is like. I don't drink coffee, by the way, but I can't make comments about coffee because I haven't drank coffee. Um, but there are individuals who, when they become picky, they're often talking about how they project their experiences and rule out whether they like it or not. Actually, sometimes it's very difficult to like something if you're already going into it thinking you're not going to like it. Right. So, I think sometimes it's interesting to ask if do you like things because it's unhealthy or do you like things because it's healthy prior to trying it? You don't like coffee because you don't like the taste very much, but you also don't know it's bad you also know it's bad for habit forming, which is separate from preference. I disagree with the bad habit forming thing, but I think you're working a case to not like coffee because you're looking for it to be a bad habit formation. Uh, Habit formation is separate from the consuming of the coffee. I think you're referring to someone who has poor habit formation who happens to also drink coffee. And then that's where the coffee leads to bad habits. Bad for habit forming when you have a heart condition, that's fair, but now you're changing the condition. Not good to have a lot of caffeine with that. That's fine, but you're changing the condition. It's habit formation and a heart condition is a problem. Caffeine and the heart condition is a problem, not habit formation. Habit formation is the act of forming a habit of consuming something. I think that's a leap of logic, in my opinion. So, yes, I agree. Caffeine is bad for someone who has a heart condition. But I don't think that has to do with habit formation. Like, you don't want to form a habit of drinking coffee because you have a heart condition. And that's very important to note, right? It's also very unhealthy for a person who has a heart condition. Yeah. And that would be a good reason. You more so meant the reason the habit is bad being your reason for thinking of habit forming with coffee in a bad way. But the fact is, it can be related to habit doesn't make it bad, generally speaking. I get what you're saying. The act of habit forming is not related to the coffee still, but making it a habit to drink coffee is bad for someone with a habit heart condition. One can moderate coffee drinking because habit formation is not solely dependent on like the coffee. Right? The coffee, the substance itself does not create the habit. Or like being unable to create moderation in a bad way. It is bad for someone who has a heart condition. At least that's how I look at it. But I understand that your reasoning is that the habit is bad because you have a heart condition. And then if you risk forming a habit of drinking coffee, it's bad in that way. So the caffeine is bad for someone with a heart condition, and one should not form a habit of drinking coffee with it. The alternative of reading that would be something like coffee is bad for habit forming. Uh, that was like a little unclear to me. So now I understand what you mean. I understand what you mean. Yeah. It's not a fact that it can be related to habits. Yeah. I agree with you. Doesn't make it bad, generally speaking. Yeah. And it's interesting that you have a heart condition. That explains a lot of your like preference for water and other things. So what do you do with your heart condition? Do you run at all? I'm not entirely sure if sugar is related to heart condition. Hmm. I have a secret agenda. If you want to hear me out here, I have a secret agenda about the whole water thing. Drinking beverages is part of eating, and sometimes food, the choices of food can be elevated, including healthy foods, could be elevated by the beverage you drink. So when someone is hyper focused on labeling specific content, content and substances and attributing them to human behavior and response, I think, in my opinion, that can be a little bit of a slippery slope, because the whole experience is determined by the interaction of drinking and eating. So when you say you only drink water, that limits your experience in how you eat food. And that perspective comes from the extreme concern or the extreme focus that somehow a chemical, or like not a chemical, but like a compound, is strictly demonized. So when you think of wasted calories, I'm personally thinking that things you don't like are dictated by the idea that you think a compound is strictly unhealthy, which is not true. Much like the way you ascribe habit formation to caffeine. I mean, I would actually be more willing to agree with you that caffeine has a habit formation component because it can be addictive, right? And sugar is too, but so is all the food that you eat. And then talking about sugars, right? Obviously, I'm come from a science background. A carbohydrate is not without its qualities in beverages, and while those same compounds are also in food. This is more of a take on holistic balance and moderating eating, as opposed to exclusive eating and demonizing compounds. Like always water, that sounds like that means most of your stuff is always paired with water. So that means that your eating experience can never vary from pairing with anything else. Very minor heart condition that doesn't change day-to-day life, but you just keep it a little in mind for specific caffeine, for example. That's fair. Yeah, I don't consume caffeine either. I agree with you. My father has a heart condition, so naturally I'm my father's son, so I would have to consider the possibility of inheriting a heart condition. I haven't really checked, but generally speaking, I live a fairly caffeine-free life. So I would agree with you, that nature. I do drink coffee and tea in social situations, but outside of that, personally, it's never always. It's always a balance, or like it's never always, but I try to strike a balance. Heart conditions can increase chances of damage becoming a concern, but the condition isn't a problem for you itself. Fair enough. You feel like drinking non-water drinks with food can take away from the experience of the food's flavor? That's one way to look at it. It can also enhance the experience. So far, in my personal opinion, when you have a preference and when you like something, you choose to always make a convincing argument for looking at the glass half empty for the things you dislike, and half full for the things you do like. Where it can take away the experience of the food's flavor, it can also add to the food's flavor. So you're making an argument predicated on your prejudice, which that's perfectly acceptable because you're happy with your eating experience. So that's fine. It might not be the same when you tell someone that and that person disagrees with you, right? That like I would probably say half and half. The non-water drink that can take away and add and elevate the food's flavor. That's kind of like wine and cheese. You could argue that water makes you taste the cheese better, but I would say you're gonna have an uphill battle comparing the mix of wine and cheese from a long historical perspective. You're quite a negative person unless it's something you think isn't bad in your opinion. I agree. Which is very great to be self-aware. Much more common for you to be negative though. Oh, okay. Have you ever, in my opinion, hear me out. I don't know if this is going to be something that will annoy the heck out of you. Have you ever been around someone or have a friend, like a close friend, who's like always positive? Who's like a net positive person? Wine and cheese, you don't like alcoholic taste, so you can't comment. Yeah, that's fair. I've had I've been to wine and cheese tastings before. I like once or twice in my life. So, you know, in once or twice in my almost 40 years of life. So that's not very common. And I couldn't acquire whatever it is that they enjoy, right? What do I have for with cheese? I typically have something that's acidic. Slightly acidic with cheese. So like slightly acidic and a little bit sweetened. And that would be something like a limeade or something with cheese. It complements quite well. As opposed to like an alcoholic beverage. But wine has sourness. It has acidity in it because grape juice, right? Actually, grape juice is a fairly wonderful complement to cheeses. Those are the stuff that obviously would be absent for someone who believes that water only, other drinks only adulterate the food's flavor, of course. You do have one overtly positive friend, and you say because it's more of a family member than someone you pick as a friend, it really is quite irritating to you when people are always positive. That's fair. What about having... I'm genuinely really curious about the like people you talk about. What about someone who likes to be a contrarian? What about someone like they're not necessarily positive or negative, they just want to be a contrarian? I feel like in this day of generation, you can often find people who just like to fact check, you know, like, well, technically, because that's what I am to a lot of my friends. We tend to try to challenge each other a lot of times about our thoughts, right? This would be one of them. I do have a friend who, like, the way he describes water is very endearing to me. He say, don't you just love water? Like when you get up, you just like chug, and you just can't stop chugging, and you get to the point where you're so bloated, but you just want to chug more water. I'm like, I hear you. That's how I feel after I go for a run. Like you just chug the heck out of the water. But that to me, I relate it to how that's kind of like being hungry, and then you just throw everything in your pit, and then immediately I start thinking about your healthy situation, right? When you say it's a waste of calories situation, there are things that are a waste of calories when people think they're a waste of calories, and then there are things when your body needs the calories. So oftentimes a waste of calories is when you're consuming calories in which your body doesn't use, right? That's how, for me, how I would say what would constitute, like that would be my definition of a wasted calorie. where you would overconsume. You are consuming something that you aren't using. So sugar and is not a waste of calories. It's how you use the calorie, right? And it's interesting to see it from a different perspective, where a calorie can be a waste or seen as a waste before it is consumed and used, or whether it is consumed or used. Well, technically, but no, but actually can be annoying if overused, but okay sometimes. Mainly okay in fact check context where it's not a nitpick. Intriguing. So someone would have to determine whether you have decided if it's a nitpick or if it's to fact check. I think that can be a little difficult when we don't often, like when people don't often agree what is a fact and what is an opinion. I often have this discussion with quite a lot of people, especially when it comes to topics of perception, right? Like subjectivity, right? When something is unhealthy, was that based on a fact or was it based on subjectivity, right? And it's very hard these days to really know. And the one thing I can often rely on is it's always, I'm using the word always, I don't typically use the word always, it's always true when someone feels a certain way. Facts are not always true anymore, and opinions are even less so. However, the irony here is most people's opinions are true to the person who's saying it. So it's become a very interesting place to live, like talk about on the internet now. Facts have become normalized to opinions a lot of times, where facts are only as valid and consistent as they are from the source that they are derived from. Where that source comes from is probably the validity of the opinion that person perceives or projects. And in that way, I almost feel like sometimes when it comes to like arguments or people respecting each other, the one thing you can possibly always agree upon is that the opinion of that other person is the fact of how they feel and what they believe is to be true. So when you tell me something like a water bottle will become metallic, the water in a metallic water bottle will become metallic tasting after 5 hours, I earnestly respect that you believe that as a fact, right? Whether it is factual or not, or like a nitpick, I rarely find myself concerned with that, because the well-being of the person and their opinions kind of take precedence when it comes to these things online. Like if you don't like things that are unhealthy, that you see are unhealthy, that is probably the truest thing that I can rely on. There are times, now if you're wondering why am I hesitating to say always? Why am I hesitating to say always? Is because there are times when someone's desires and expectations do not line up with what they have and want. So that's probably what we've been talking about some time now, where we're sharing, we're talking about like a situation where if the facts are not there, right, and it interrupts someone's line of thinking, like say you want to be a professional runner but you hate running, so you find ways to not run in order to become a professional runner. Those are when facts and opinions, in my opinion, come into important discussion. Like that's when I typically interrupt or like contribute to a contrarian standpoint. So when someone says like, I want to be a professional artist, and they say I would never need to know how to manage a business, that's the facts are that you will need to know how to run a business in order to become a professional artist. But the idea is that the facts may not exist yet for that person. And that's where in my opinion, when you're doing arguments and debates, facts and opinions can come in. But generally speaking, I think most of the time, like you said, you often state it as an opinion. I think most people talk in opinions. And I like to also say, hey, Sing Sing, don't mind me being here while eating breakfast. That's perfectly all right. We're like engaging in another fun discussion here. Maybe not for too long, because this time I'm gonna get to go to bed a little bit earlier than yesterday. But yeah, we're having I love this discussion about facts and opinions because I think it's very relevant in the world we live in now. Facts versus when you just want to know which one which it is, and have them not claim something is a fact when it's not. That's fair. Most of what you say is an opinion based on personal experience, unless specify otherwise. Okay, so you default to opinions over facts, and I do too. So we're on the same page when it comes to defaulting to opinions over facts. I actually re-emphasize when it's my opinion as well. So like, also our topic yesterday about Hungry Jacks. You got it yesterday? How was it? What did you get? Oh, did you get the Parma? Jing Xing, did you get the Parma? Here's my thought. So my default, I think we're on the same page, Mika. My default is I use an opinion. And then when I say in my opinion, it's my opinion. So in my opinion, when I emphasize it. And then if I'm expressing an opinion, it can be other people's opinion. Right? And then when I say for a fact, or statistically, and like corollary, like words like this, like, you know, corollary, correlation, coincidences, this is referring to facts, the facts that I understand with relational, that already happened. You know, all these things happened already, and those are facts, right? Those are observable things. So I think we're of the same knowledge here. And the reason why I mentioned this is sugar. For example, sugar is not unhealthy. Overconsumption is. Right? Overconsumption is. Those are the statistical facts. However, that doesn't impact your opinion about disliking sugar. If you don't like sweet stuff, this is a fact of your opinion. So that's what I'm agreeing to. I'm agreeing that you don't like sugar stuff. That's the true part, right? And then the whole sugar is unhealthy thing, that's not true, in my opinion, right? And I'm still expressing it as my opinion. And also, the idea of wasted calories, I have a different interpretation of wasted calories. It doesn't contradict yours. A wasted calorie is in which you do not use it. You do not use calories in which you consume. However, from my biological background, you always use the calories that you consume. Like your body consumes the calories. It's never wasted. The concept of wasted is a subjective standpoint. Because when you consume excess calories, your body stores it. That's a use case for your body. Your body always uses calories. The idea is you're not consuming the calories. So if you consume the calories, it's wasted because you subjectively think that it's a waste of calories. That your body just doesn't like poop out calories because it wasn't provided or something like that. So from my perspective, I have a different opinion on what the idea of wasted calories as a personal share, right? As a personal share. So it's neither like a bad thing nor a good thing. Is what I would share as an opinion on calories. It's neither bad nor good. It's subjectively based on the person's use case. And what can be unhealthy is overconsumption. These are typically, this is what I would consider a fact, overconsumption. And then much like the water, like the water thing, water can adulterate flavor. And other drinks can too. Now, what I think I agree with you 100%. Water is not likely to mask a flavor, right? Other drinks can mask a flavor. So like when you have something really sugary, for example, the sugar flavor in the food would be blunted. So like other flavors will mask that. And water, since water is I don't know, less flavor, it will likely not mask the other flavor. And I totally agree. And that's where the it doesn't interfere. But water is in the other drinks. So what the other drinks can do, due to the property of water, is shared between the two. Both the water content in the other drinks and the water itself can adulterate the flavor. It dampens the flavor. Eating the food for the food is when there's no alteration to the flavor. So it's kind of like watering, the phrase watering down something. You can water down a flavor. And when you drink water with certain foods, they become less pleasant to a lot of people because water tastes like nothing to them, obviously. Now this is not my opinion. This is the opinion of others who would prefer a other drink to complement the food than to use water to make it less pleasant. So that's something that someone who may not want to drink other things would probably not experience in their life, which is perfectly fine and acceptable. I just wanted to offer that at the whole cheese and wine thing, it's other people's opinions. I don't really like cheese and wine. Interesting that you note the type of breathing in your running logs. Yes. Yeah, over time, I've been running for like 2 years now, over 2 years straight consecutively outside. I start adding more details to my run, and that's for other people. It's for sharing. My logs are a little bit more detailed than that. It also deals with like routines, pacing, and focus. So on my down tempo days, I'm focusing on my stride and my breath. On my cadence days, I'm focusing on my breath. And on my max pace days, I'm neither doing any of that. I'm looking ahead in my position. So when you're running in a certain pace, you're looking around the DC on and alt. I see. Yeah. So I don't include, I started including a little bit more detail here and there, just out of curiosity for other people. It's one of those things like you can notice a lot of things, but you can slowly notice them. Like walk first, right? When you walk, after you do it for like a month or two, notice something about the walking and then you can use it as a form of enrichment for it. You can do it quicker, obviously, but every like month or two, notice something else different, and then you can add to the list, right? And I only included enough details to be like, it might be interesting. Sometimes I add more. Like I used to log my calisthenic stuff, but calisthenic stuff then gets more complicated. Like you have to detail how long your eccentric and concentric interactions are per set and whatnot. So those are the things that I don't include. This is merely to encourage people to possibly walk or run, because there is a excellent statistical correlation about getting people to minimally walk for a sufficient amount of time with heart condition, right? And yes, I also study quite a lot about heart condition because my father has a heart condition, which means that I'm probably predisposed for a heart condition. So when you brought up the heart condition thing, it really did hit a close empathetic note. Walking is one of the things that are statistically. Do I know what SVT is? I don't know that abbreviation, but I can look up what that abbreviation or stands for. Oh, okay. Yeah. Can you trigger that? Have you triggered that before, SVT? I can trigger this. I think I can kind of trigger this sometimes. So is that what you have, SVT? Or you think you have? Or like a medical professional has diagnosed you with SVT? I personally, I haven't. It's been a while since I've been to a physician. You know about it because you've had it since childhood. Yeah, and to me, the walking and running log, that's if someone has a heart condition, they'll probably know why I do it. If they don't have a heart condition, they can see it as a way to encourage someone to walk, right? To be a fitness thing, right? Being diagnosed for a while, but you're still a bit skeptical if it is that, that's fair. Well, preventive lifestyle choices is definitely the way to go, right? Walking and running. That fitness walking thing started. I decided to add that because of COVID. After COVID, because the trigger condition have narrowed down to being extremely precise. I see, to the point where you can avoid it unless by accident occasionally. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I can trigger it while I'm running. And not necessarily while I'm running, but the breathing and the pace I'm going. So it will happen when I'm at my max pace days. It's about a 40-60 split on my cadence days, and the down tempo is to allow me to run at a pace in which it doesn't trigger it. So those times are me narrowing down the times. And I won't like die from it, but the idea is I know where my thresholds are. So I do believe in like tangential cardio conditioning. So being able to do that and manage that in a controlled way and possibly get your heart to be healthier, right? And that's kind of what I do. And the SVT thing is very it's a little close to home. Now, I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical at that too, because online, when you look at suspicions, you probably could line it up with a lot of things, right? But what what it feels like. I'll describe what it feels like. When I stop running, after a delay in the high pace days, my heart will hit the max. It will hit max and sustain it max, even though I'm not doing anything. And through some particular breathing exercises, I can prematurely stop it from doing that. But it takes me to stop running and then doing those breathing exercises to stop it from doing that. So it jumps from 150 to like 200, and it just caps out for as long as for some time, and then it doesn't. You ever try coughing to stop it? I typically don't want to induce coughing, so instead I do the you exhale as slowly as possible, and then you breathe in, like you exhale as quickly as possible, and then you inhale as slowly as possible. And the longer you can inhale, the more it's kind of like coughing. So like you breathe in, you cough, you breathe in, you cough, right? It's basically very similar to that rhythm where you're trying to get air suddenly to come out and then do a really deep breath in. So it takes about like 4 or 5 minutes, and you can I can literally get my heart from peaking at 200, just solid 200, and then it would tank down to 120. I've done it with the heart monitor before. So I have a chest monitor just to make sure I don't like keel over or something. And that has been very consistent. And that's where the whole taking track of my breathing and my pace, and that's why I run in 3 different paces. Actually, only recently have I alternated paces where it's like down tempo, cadence, and max pace. It used to be like I would run most of my days down tempo, and then I would have like 2 or 3 days of cadence, and then a max pace day. So the idea is to know and condition myself to say get a little bit better at the thing with knowing where my limit is. And it happens it's like clockwork. So I do my routines and I do that. And yeah, I agree. If you coughed or sneezed, it actually stops it sometimes. Yeah, so I understand exactly what you mean when you said SVT when it comes to that. I'm not sure if it is that. I don't know what it's called. Like, I don't know what a doctor would call it, but I could do it for a doctor. Like, put me on a treadmill. I will run at nearly the narrow range that I can tell you in 5 minutes. Around 5 minutes, I can cause my elevated heart rate to stay at high when I'm just sitting there doing nothing. Like, I'm just sitting here looking at things, I'm breathing normally, and my heart rate would be capped. It would be like at max. It would be my max is around 200. So it would just sit there max. I'm like, my chest isn't tight. Like, it doesn't feel like I'm having a stroke. Like, that's one of the telltale signs. Like, it must be something else, because there's no slur, I'm not having trouble breathing, my chest, there's no like that, your classical examples of tightness, right? Like, oh, you can't catch your breath, like, it's perfectly fine. Now, after causing a sudden exhale and a large inhale, within like 5 or 10 seconds, it just disappears. It goes from 200 all the way down to like 90. Like, immediately, you can even feel the heart just suddenly like, all right, I'm just stopping. So I don't know what it is. I haven't ever shared this before, actually. This is the first time I've ever shared this. So if anyone was like, if there's a cardiologist out there and they're like, oh, it's just, yeah, you also get the sun drop. Yeah. And over time, I think I agree with you. Coughing works. I have an allergy. I have like respiratory allergy. So instead of involving coughing, I just breathe out very forcefully and then inhale as long as I possibly can, and then shove the air out again, and then just repeat for like a cycle of 30 seconds, and then suddenly it would be 200, and then immediately tanks to 90. I can even show it on like a heart monitor. Like the graph would be like, it just dips immediately. And it happens now since I ran for over 2 years now, like consecutively. I used to be a runner before this, before COVID. After these 2 years, I have come to the point where at least I know how to manage it. So that's what I do now. It's something I haven't shared about running. Life gives you lemons, right? Like you can't decide how your heart health is going to be, but you can definitely pay attention, be observant, and try to find ways to mitigate it, or maybe even benefit from it, possibly. So I know exactly now what pace I can run without triggering that. And I know when it's gonna show up. So it's very, and my track, the circuit that I run is always the same. Every single day. It's always the same. So I know exactly when I stop running, walk to the end of a crossroad, right? Like the sidewalk, sorry, and then walk back, and I know precisely about where my heart is going to trigger that response. And it's interesting. It feels so weird, but one thing I love about it is the idea that it's nice to have control over it. So yeah, life sucks sometimes, your genes. You can blame your parents if you want. Sometimes genes don't work out, but with discipline and observation and whatnot, you can at least manage it, and it can feel like you have control over it. That's the same with compulsions, conversations, right? Social anxiety, pathological things that you might not like having an aversion to spiders or phobias. Now, hear me out. This isn't like a life hack. Life hack is not you think of something and it magically goes away. I think a lot of times people forget that the process of living is to try to slowly work on management. And one of those things is this, which I haven't shared yet. And, I should get my butt into it. Health clinic or something, or like a physician, and maybe they have other insight to this. But for whatever reason, it's nice to know that, hey, my heart is peaking at 200 and it just doesn't seem like I'm doing anything. What can I do? Well, I found a solution for the time being, right? And it didn't stop me from running. Yours peak at 240. The cause is leaning down in a specific way. It does. Leaning down in a specific way. One trigger, if you bend over, like to go tie your shoes or put on your shoes, and you just came from an activity, it can trigger that. That does happen. Or like if you're like doing an activity in which it causes you to like bowling. Like I used to bowl, and bowling, when you have to like bend down and then like there's an arc motion where you're gonna start to bend down on your knees. Sometimes people bend over, so when you like start going this way, it can trigger it. It's happened before. And that's deals with lifting too. So when you're like lifting things, if you're not doing like a squat to lift, but you're like lazy and you go over this way, right? You're not using your knees, you're using your back. Yeah, picking up stuff, depending on how you pick it up, if you're not doing a squat, right? Like if you're not going down on a squat and you bend over, it can trigger it for sure. Absolutely. You are right on the mark. So whatever this is, like I don't know if it's SVT, Mika, obviously, but whatever it is, whatever you're describing now, it's shared between you and me. Like I think if any other person hears what we're saying and they think it's that, I think it's the same thing. Yeah, you gotta squat or keep your legs almost straight. Yes, you must not like change the elevation, like change the like a orientation of your heart, right? Like, so if your chest has to be like still upright, the longer you can keep your like your chest kind of leveled, it's okay. So you learn to do squats. So like I squat a lot. So I do a lot of lower like lunges, squats, that's my wheelhouse. I just keep on learning, like get stronger in squatting and stuff. You can lean down specifically with straight legs. Oh, interesting. With straight out legs. Oh yeah, you just Asian squat to open cupboards. Yeah, exactly. That's my workaround too. Get some strong squats in and lunges and whatnot, so that you can try to prevent yourself from doing that. It's interesting. For me, it's a recent development, by the way. I wasn't born with. I don't think in childhood I've experienced this. Like, it's like a recent thing. So I'm not even sure if it's hereditary or not. Or maybe I've grown old enough where it triggers it. But yeah. The cause of laying down. I don't run, but the reason I don't run isn't related to personal opinion nor heart, but because you always you always somehow injure or hurt yourself. That's fair. Yeah, you want to stay safe. Walking is what I would say. Walking is the thing, right? If you're able to walk, if there's any facts, I've said this to like Procall, and maybe even if Xing Xing was, or like, I don't know if Xing Xing's listening. The one statistic, the one research about fitness that I still see that it's timeless, it's absolutely timeless, and it's corollary data still, it's still corollary. The one that stands the test of time is increasing light, steady activity as your age advances. So I know you're really young, Mika, and I don't know how old Xing Xing is. But the one thing that correlates really well is that light activity is often associated with walking. So if you're able to find like an activity to do, like maybe listen to your favorite podcasts or something, and you're able to integrate walking into it. Walking is like one of the goated things for the modern age. Like, it's even more relevant now. So no, you don't have to run like any of that. The idea is, if you can find like painting something or something and walking around, it's fantastic. And hear me out. Here's another Japanese thing. I'm sure this is going to be really trendy. I've seen a couple videos already about trendiness. Wait, if you can modulate your runs, or not your runs, but your walks, your walking pace, which, I'm going to be real, it's called the Japanese walk. Like, with all due respect, there are people around the world, and it's not just Japanese people, but I guess it's just named after Japanese people now because everyone hyper focus on Japanese culture, in my opinion, right? There are these are behaviors that are corollary in many cultures. The idea is, right now Japan is seen as the paragon of health. With that little digression aside, they have varied walk pacing. So, recently there's like this really a viral trend of saying like, oh, because of that, it has a lot of benefits. It's like, well, yes, it does. That's why like students have varying benefits, because they vary their walk pace. And like working people vary their walk pace. When you're doing a labor job and you do a lot of walking, it has varying pace. So the reason why I am varying my pace in running is because varying pace allows adaptations, especially for the heart reasons, and walking is one of them. So a lot of times when you're walking, you can walk a little faster, you can walk a little slower, you can walk a little faster, you can walk a little slower, you can walk up the stairs, that's a different pace and a different cadence, you can walk down the stairs, and that is still against all odds, like all the, when I mean all odds, it sounds like they're fighting something, because they are. They're fighting human complacency. The data still supports the idea that an activity like walking is there's often no downside unless you actually have a motor deficiency, as in like you're an amputee, you're born with like mobility issues. Outside of that, I think if you're able to create like moderate walking things, that's, in long story short, that is why I post something about running. And I run in different paces because it's not about the time. It's about knowing where your limits are, and then you work on those limits, right? Your activity is rushing around campus, exactly. Rushing around campus all day and stairs, you're varying your pace already. It's like, now it's called the Japanese walk. Like, there are people who coined it recently on my YouTube, like on my feed, the Japanese walk, and I'm like, it's the youth walk. It's the your young walk. Young people who are on their feet, like students, are like, if they were to compare it, students who go to campuses and stuff, they do that walk. It's part of their routine. They have to rush to things, and then sometimes they leisurely walk back because they have time. That type of activity is common to most cultures. Now, the downside is times are changing. There are so many reasons not to do those things anymore, right? So now you can make an argument. You might think, oh, well, is there a culture that does that? And I think one thing that I would subscribe to Japan is that the elderly that they have continue to do that. Meanwhile, maybe potentially other cultures reduce the amount of doing that. Especially, I'm from the United States, so a lot of part of the American dream, quote unquote, the American dream, or like the goal of the United States, is to not have to walk to your place, or not have to commute, or not have to leave the house. So yes, when it comes to older people, or at some point, some cultures might be void of that. Now hear me out. There are cultures, there are places where it's uninhabitable outside, or there's a lot of inclement weather. You can still walk inside. But that means that their culture might be exposed to not walking at like hazardous times in part of their lives. So yes, that could be attributed to Japan. But the whole walking pace thing, that is a really trendy way to sell something, in my opinion. And it's to sell to get views, right? At least in my opinion. Not that I'm saying it's a bad piece of advice. It's fantastic. If anything gets walking, especially variable pace walking, trendy, if you add Japan in front of it, then so be it, in my opinion. It's fantastic if it gets more people like, oh, now I get to try it. It's kind of like water. Like, how do you like your water? Have you tried your water differently? That stuff gets people excited. Even the most mundane things like walking can get exciting if you attach a trend. So I'm not actually saying it's bad. Like, oh, don't do it, or it's amoral or misrepresentation. I think it's kind of funny. It's fantastic that walking is now trendy again, but walking in a different way, because ultimately, statistically and longitudinally, all metrics of science, in my opinion, is still convergent and still corollary with the idea that walking is fantastic. And if you get creative and, put a little pep in your step every once in a while, and then stop and put a little pep in your step, all the better, especially for your heart health. I would say take it from someone who has a weird heart that does these things now. And it's never always done these things, but you gotta get used to it. You gotta do what you can with it. Yeah, that is the sort of cool someone actually understand the leaning down thing. Dude, the leaning down thing scared the heck out of me. I don't know if you've ever gotten scared with the first time it happened. It happened the first time I went bowling again after like 3 years, and I actually hung out with one of my long-term friends now and another person who was visiting for a day. And it happened during then, and I was freaking out. Like, I was really worried. So I sat there. Obviously, I was freaking out on the inside. Like, I don't think I've ever shared with them what was happening that day. Like, I went to pick up the bowling ball, right? I went up and I leaned over to pick, and my heart just triggered something, and it just stayed max. So I went like to toss the, I went to bowl once, and I just sat down. Like, I just sat down next to them, and they're like doing something and talking, and I clearly remember I'm like, I don't think this is stopping. Like, what's happening? I only threw one bowling ball, and it feels like my heart is at 180 plus beats per second. I should be at like 60. My body is even cold right now. So nowadays I know what it is. I know what the trigger is. So that's pretty much it. It freaked me out the first time. I'm like, I don't understand, why isn't it stopping? Like, I'm not doing anything strenuous. Oh, there, Sing Sing, welcome back. Yeah, you did hear about the very walking pace, but not because of Japan or trends. I see. Oh, it's funny you had an Apple Watch, and from when you stop sitting in your room all day to campus life, your steps went from average to 1.2k to 6.5. Oh yeah, campus life. That's a hidden. What's a hidden buzzword? Like, sorry, I'm being a little bit facetious, but if I was like an influencer, like a fitness influencer or something, I know I'm like imaginary. I'm not trying to like take a jab at any specific person. I'm thinking of like that fun joke. I feel like what's a great life hack for cardio health? Become a university student. that's my thought. Like, it would be a really fun pick up like a comedy routine. I've been thinking maybe one day I'll write some fun little comedy, like Gen Z friendly comedy routines, but it would be a really funny one. Like, hey, you know what will guarantee that you'll live a long time with a good cardio health, cardio, some good cardio? Enroll in a university course and go to campus, because for sure, bring a tracker along too, because that's sufficient. That's really sufficient. It's, you could say what is it? What are the titles for YouTube these days? The biggest secret, like the greatest secret that you never knew, or something like no one ever told you about going to university. Get your steps in for the day. In fact, when I was going to university, me and my friends, or at least we used to do this, we would go on walks. And it's not because we go on walks for the sake of cardio health. We go on walks because, buildings are in different places, but we also go on walks because we got stressed out from studying. So instead of sitting there and trying to relax, you can walk and relax. And this is before all this fitness craziness. We're talking about the year 2006 and 2007. This is over 20 years ago. All that stuff that we're talking about now, that information and the stuff we're talking about, that was not universally, like, that's not readily available. Like, people don't have opinions and subjectivity on the benefits of walking then. They know walking is good, but how is was a little bit less ubiquitous, right? Let's see. You wonder how much fitness difference it'll make in a few months. I would love to know. It used to happen to you, lean down thing in 4th grade. Whenever you lean down, went out of breath. Okay, from walking up a ton of stairs. Yep. And then you never told anyone about it for years because you were worried. Yeah. You kept that secret for years. This is the first time I've ever shared it. It's not because I wanted to keep it a secret. I had no one ask or bring up any relevant situation, right? But you happen to, so there you go. I'm almost 40, so that could actually kill me, I guess. So I do make sure that. So when you were making the comment about my breathing pattern and my pace and the temperature of the days, you know, like the days, like I've been keeping track of those things and hoping for more patterns to understand the triggers. Oh, there's Seth. I okay person, I think. Yeah, you were here when Seth was here, huh? When Seth said hi. Yes, hi. Hi, Seth. Alright, we're gonna go back now. We're gonna really focus to... Oh, well, I need to finish this lesson, these lessons, and then I'm gonna need to go to the bathroom. Yeah. Neat, Mika. We have a bonding thing. Isn't that so neat? You should talk to your friends about these things. It would be kind of interesting if they experience any of these. Yeah, because it's late, right, Mika? 5 a.m.? Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure, as usual. Lots of things to talk about. I have another reason now. Well, thank you. Hear me out, Mika. I have another reason to keep track of these things. Maybe we can exchange notes sometimes, you know? Like, motivate each other to figure out what other things we can do. Bonding over scary heart conditions, very fun. Indeed, you know, right? Adversity breeds strength, and strength is in numbers, right? When you have problems, when you feel isolated and lonely, isolating yourself is not the thing, right? Finding bonding moments of people with common empathy is in my opinion a bit goated. So anytime, right? I will probably start thinking about it. Like I think about it every day. So if you're worried about your health and you talk about unhealthy things and like avoiding things, I think I can channel that because the heart condition doesn't make me stop thinking about it. Like I run every single day. Every single day I get up, I lace up and I go out. So every single day is relevant to the condition is relevant. So we'll have to exchange some notes in the future. Maybe some fun idiosyncrasies. I think other people should do that too. If you're afraid, like if you're worried, it's nice to at least be able to know that someone else knows. In my opinion, it can lead to wonderful things. So thanks again, Mika. I'll see you next time. Right? See you next time. Thanks for chatting for some time. Man, if this is gonna become a regular thing, we might might have to rethink my schedule. Anyways. Not sure if anyone else have heart conditions. Perhaps a family member that has heart conditions. It's workable. It's workable. You gotta do what you gotta do. Biggest concern would be randomly having a rest rate of 100 BPM for up to a few hours out of nowhere. Still haven't found the cause. Oh, so you still you have basal heartbeats too. Yeah, my typical is a bit low. It's like 50 to 55, and that's being too low is not that great either. But having heightened resting heart rate, that's I don't experience that yet. So finding the cause for that might be interesting. Sometimes if you consider it, it might be stressors. There's a chance for heightened stressors, but interesting. More on that next time. Right? I would like to hear what your thoughts are on that. Interesting. Alright, now better get to bed. Maybe that's a reason for your heightened rested heart rate. I'm kidding. Don't forget to get your rest, right? Hopefully it doesn't happen while you're sleeping. I feel like that can be a little uncomfortable. Alright. 频率 frequency rate, which is frequency rate. Okay, frequency. 这个字的频率是多少？这个字的 character. Oh, okay, that's fine.
频率
Okay.
手势
手势 head ornament, right? It was originally head ornament, now it's just referring to jewelry, right? As well. 它什么 We have a spade. We have a field. How you say spade, field. Do I have this? I don't remember if I have this. It looks familiar. So she die. It's probably die. 他带了一些漂亮是漂亮 no 漂 I'm not sure about the tone. 漂亮的首饰。
他戴了一些漂亮的首饰。
漂 it's 4 not 1. 漂亮的首饰 yeah 漂亮 okay 4. And is this die? Yes, die. Die is so weak. Holy die. Not that type of die. Wearing die.
手势
手势
月饼
月饼 mooncake 月饼这是一个美味的月饼。
这是一个美味的月饼。
是美味美味しいsame as 美味しい月饼
绕
绕 what is all of this? Are these separate things? I think they're not. Oh, this is the go board. Oh no. This is the second use of the go board. Ra. And also Robin Hood. Robin Hood is in the bathroom of the barn, trying to go to the bathroom. In front of the toilet is a go board made of silk. I'm not sure how I feel about that. And 2 cows sitting on the tile playing. Each trying to make their pieces go around and surround their opponent. Robin takes off his green hat and salutes the 2 cows before going around them and into the stall. Maybe no, I guess it's a barn, huh? Made of silk. I guess it would be a fabric board because it's in the barn. But silk. Alright, sure, why not? There's only one. I'm pretty confident there's only one other word that I had, or other character. Yeah, it's Xiao. That has this character. Oh, but there's a lot of Go boards in the future. Oh boy. We'll work on this. Silk board. But there's not much. Oh, tipping his green hat is the reason. You know what? Instead of cows, we're just gonna say farmers. Right? Farmers. So Robin Hood is frequenting the barn, right? So he's got to take a bathroom break. Bathroom break. And it's a commoner's bathroom, right? The proletariat. So it's weird, but he noticed that there are farmers, like farm hands, right? Who are taking a break as well with the game of Go. So they have like a cloth, like a silk cloth Go board that they're playing on. And you know, Robin appreciates the working class, right? But he has to go to the bathroom, so he respectfully, as Robin do of the common working class, he goes around them and, you know, respectfully go around and then do his business. Right. That's fine. I actually really need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. All right. Now that I'm like several tens of milliliters lighter, let's keep going. So
绕
绕
撒
sa to sprinkle. And why is there a married couple on a deer to sprinkle? I think married couple on a deer should be another component. because this is the third married couple on a deer, right? We have Lee and for beautiful, and Shy or bask, like basking. Now we have SpongeBob thrown into the mix. First we had Link, we had Shrek, now SpongeBob's being thrown. Alright, SpongeBob. SpongeBob is in the basement of the auditorium, where he is fixing up some of the stored page props by spray painting them. Okay, hang on, okay. Next to him is a married couple on top of a deer, of course there is, who intermittently sprinkle SpongeBob with water so that he does not dry out and die. It was a I still remember a really early episode of SpongeBob where SpongeBob had to meet Sandy, and Sandy has like an underwater dome with like void of water, and he like shrivels up because he's a sponge. That's a pretty funny imagery right there. Some of the sprinkles of water gets on the stage props too, though. Okay. Interesting. And then, SpongeBob got this, like, that's why Sandy wears a helmet. Let's see. Married couple on a deer spraying. I think that's good enough. That's pretty good. Saw. Watering can. 洒水壶. Sprinkler. 洒水器. I was thinking maybe like a machine instead, but 洒水机, but 洒水器 makes sense. What in the world? We don't have any. Natural and unrestrained. What is that?
洒
All right.
频率 月饼
月饼. Go board.
绕
Okay.
洒
Oh no, that's Thailand. No, wait. Ching Ching, are you still here? Oh, I just thought of what you shared. I think about your fiance in a YouTube short. I forgot to bring up the fun little thing that I came across. Saw sprinkle. Just reminded me of it. Let's see.
手势
Sure. I'll tell the person later. I'll tell. It's a good one. It's pretty neat. I might look into it. It's about the Vietnamese language. There's an earlier like script of Vietnamese language. I forgot what it's called, that uses Hanzi, and I wanted to ask if that person, I think their fiance is Vietnamese or of some sort, and I was kind of curious if I could get like a Vietnamese person or like someone who's Vietnamese to look at Hanzi and curious what their thoughts are about the character. Nowadays, the other script is romanticized, right? Or not romanticized. What was that? Yeah, romanized or romanticized. But they have two different scripts, and I saw a YouTube video about the older script that was used based on Hanzi, and that's kind of neat. I didn't realize that. I mean, that's like Korean as well. Korean script. There's an older script that uses Hanzi. So neat how much other things you can learn. All right, to obstruct. Oh my gosh. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh wait, this whole thing's a zombie. I totally forgot about that. Is this our second character with zombie? Yes. Doubt is the other one. Doubt is just zombie itself. Oh man. I might have forgotten that. Alright, so now we have a stone and a zombie. Second Master Chief. I keep trying to say Master Chef. Master Chief. Master Chief is in the bathroom of the high school. Maybe where he is like protecting. He is protecting or doing guard duty, right? And he's being obstructed from leaving by a giant zombie that stands between him and the entrance. Master Chief, ever impatient, grabs a stone and hits the zombie across the face, removing the obstruction and allowing him to leave without being obstructed. The students, also obstructed, cheer Master Chief for helping them. No, he's just taking care of zombie business. You know, it's somewhere. It's just taking care of zombie business. Taking stones, taking out zombies. Zambonis. That's pretty Master Chief. Protecting the kiddos. Oh, this is the Zhang. Oh no, that's not the same thing. Zhang Ai. To be in the way. Ai shi. In obstructing matter. Okay. I don't have. Oh, no, that's not the same Zhang. Okay.
I
obstruct. I think. Do they have block? To hinder? I guess. I'm not sure if I'm gonna end up saying obstruct a lot of times.
Bing.
I don't know. Being visitor. Whoa, you look weird. You kind of look like something else, but you don't look like something. You look like a visitor. Okay. A distinguished visitor arrives at your hotel with a strange request. Okay. They want a... Yeah, that's a modified few. But it's missing one of the strokes. Few dollhouses. Scattered around the ground of their room. The purpose? Each to host one of his few shellfish that he carries around everywhere. But you oblige because this visitor is quite rich and will tip generously. The alternative is a guess. And the other guess is a dollhouse. This is what I mean by kind of looks familiar despite being visitor. So the dollhouse is still in it, but that time it's a podium, right? Podium. K. I don't know how I feel about this. A strange request means that anything goes. It can be any strange request. I almost feel like I want to convert the dollhouse into a form of currency. So... We'll leave it as is. Maybe I'll remember it because it kind of reminds me of Ke. Who knows? Oh, what is an example? Is there? Oh no, I have to wait till getting the character. Maybe this whatever this character is right now, Bing. Bing. Maybe Bing Ke. Bing Ke is a thing. Who knows? Or they take place in the same
Bing.
swap out. Oh, it's Bigfoot. Okay. Bigfoot is in front of the infirmary where he is giving a tour to a visitor that has arrived. Bigfoot? The Bigfoot, who is a the visitor, who is a patron of the infirmary, wonders why the person giving a tour of the grounds is a hairy monster. A cute nurse. Wow. This is kind of like having Shrek vibes. Like, Shy, they're just wondering why Shrek is in the high school bathroom basking. I think we're gonna swap this up. So, Bigfoot is in front of the infirmary, right? Infirmary. Being chased, right? Being pursued. And he was able, being pursued, but he was able, the infirmary, being like the caring staff, was able to receive him as a visitor. They treated him, the caring staff treated him as a visiting patient instead, because Hippocratic oath, I suppose. Because of Hippo. I think that's because he's like a, they understand that he's a smart creature, I suppose. Intelligent creature. Right. That's where we're gonna go with. Hotel. Bingguan. Interesting, Bingguan. Distinguished. Oh. Wait, Bing. That makes sense. Distinguished guest. Honored guest. Oh, we don't have honor yet. Okay.
Bing. Lian.
Enamored? Wow, I haven't heard that word in a while. One of my best friends is a really great really likes this word, enamored. Yeah, love, infatuated, enamored, fancy. Fancy. Link is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. I have tapestry and heart. Going to the bathroom. Opposite of him hangs a tapestry with a heart woven into it. Link is completely enamored with it, staring at it until his eyes become enamored little hearts. I'm not sure how I feel about that. That's not much Link in there, huh? Maybe opposite of him hangs a tapestry with a heart woven into it. Maybe Link becomes enamored with it because it reminds him of his simpler life with Zelda. Honestly, to this day, I'm not even entirely sure if Link likes Zelda. Like, Link likes Zelda in the same way that Mario likes Princess Peach. Like, I'm not even, it's not quite clear because it's a Nintendo property. Like, that type of thing it's often very platonic. The story doesn't progress, like I don't know. Okay, Lian. Maybe it reminds him of the tapestry that drapes around, I don't know, Zelda's palace or something. Or Hyrule Castle. He's enamored by it because it reminds him of the tapestry around Hyrule Castle.
织
To weave. You look familiar, and it's one that I'm not the best with, which is you take this and you change it out for that. What was that? Discerning? What is discerning? Sure. It's probably sure. I gotta double check. This is actually important. It's a weak character. Is it sure? Sure for 5,000. It's not. Oh wait, it is. Knowledge. Okay, sure. Discerning. It's the Wanikani one that is kind of tough. Okay, we have Zhi. Got the bugle horn again, and then now this time with silk. Alright, James Bond is in front of the house trying to notify another secret agent within of what to do next. He gets out a bit of silk and weaves it into a bugle that he can then blows into, completing his part of this mission. Who knew that James Bond was such an expert at weaving? He can weave a bugle? It's still bugle. The other bugle is... There's another bugle, right? Pretty sure there's another bugle with zhi. Is it zhi? Yeah, zhi for job. Bugle and ear. Oh, this is actually the oddball out. All the other ones are zhi. Huh. Okay. Sure. Maybe like a high-tech silk that self-weaves into a shape of a bugle. Alright, sure. We'll go with it. James Bond isn't the weaver. It's the high-tech self-weaving bugle silk. Yikes. 交织 to interweave, mix and weave. Okay. 织布 weaving, yeah. Cloth. Textile makes sense. Is that Fang? I'm not sure about Fang. Fang Zhiping. Oh no, Fang Zhiping. Fang Zhiping.
织
Oh man, this is Ke all over again. Right.
练
Mm-hmm. Nah, this is borked. Oh man, this is so borked. Okay, it's still fine for now. But man,
冰
we have like a bunch of troublesome large ones. Like Zambonis and bugles, and now a visitor. Chunking too extreme. Oh, I just realized it's not quite clear where they are.
织
It's in front of the house, but it's not clear what the house is, like if it's a house. I I could lose it. I could end up losing house on this. Okay. Cool. Zambies. Dang it. Where was he? Oh. Construct, right. It's the bathroom?
爱
Okay. I actually didn't make note that he was in the bathroom. Maybe picked up a stone out of the sink? Where would he get a stone in the bathroom? Oh boy. Okay, it just happens to be in the sink or something. We gotta place him in the bathroom. I totally forgot about the bathroom. Alright, let's get into it. No time like the present. I think we hit our new milestone. Ooh. HSK 5. Today is the new milestone. Clap, clap. Technically yesterday was a milestone, but we kind of goofed. So day 244 is when we hit our new milestone. I should be doing like an interview or something, you know? How does it feel to know 1800 characters? Kind of just feels the same, you know? Like incremental things. The last memory was recency from before. I'm kidding, of course. I still have records and recordings of what it was like when I first started using HanziHero, so you can compare and contrast factually. Quite different, I guess. It's quite different. Alright, let's get into it. Oh, it starts with the one that I had problems with yesterday. What? Oh, whoops.
脆
Way to rub it in. The heck? Oh.
跳
Oh no. What is the dead blobbing? What is the... That's not a... yes, that's a blossoming tree, right? This is future, but I don't remember how that character is and what that character is. I think. How's that broken up? Yeah, that's just one character. How about we do... Okay, just kidding. I'm in trouble.
"建筑物
那是一栋古老的建筑物。
Heck, stairs and grain. What happened? Ah.
进展，
工程进展很顺利。
硬讲。Oh no! I think this was from yesterday too.
抱怨，
他经常抱怨工作太累。
Ah, no. Oh, I'm not sure anymore.
舒服，
我觉得不舒服。
累，秀丽，
这座城市有着秀丽的风景。
How about I don't know. I don't know. Oh no. Man. Nope. Hmm.
天际，
在遥远的天际，
Oh. Oh, dang it. Oh no, I don't know.
握，
I don't know, man. It's so soon.
分散，
活动结束后，人群分散了。
Thought it had something to break up.
跑步，
我每天早上跑步是为了减肥。
总裁，
总裁对决策负责。
Jones. Oh. Oh man. Oh, that was from yesterday too. I guess we remember it to some extent. Art. Separate, disperse. Okay. That's fine.
城市，
我喜欢大城市。
What? Wait, is that 2?
优秀，
他有一个优秀的才华。
It's kind of like brilliant, like really great, outstanding. I think brilliant's fine. I guess I'm channeling some UK spirits there a little bit. Oh.
巧，
Wow. Nice. You know? That's not nice. Huh. Okay. Silken ladle. It's reserve or date. I think it's date. At least I thought. Hmm.
“比较”，
让我们比较这两个。
招生，
学校何时开始招生？
学校开始。Wait, 学校可时开始招生。Enrollment? Oh, okay.
填，
Heck. Heck. Okay. What?
设，
Heck. I don't know.
各地，
全国各地，
Each land, every land, just land. Huh. I think this is true. And then
“祝愿”，
祝愿他在新工作中一切顺利。
祝愿他在新工 I want to say I thought it was like
伙食，
我不喜欢这家饭店的伙食。
what the heck is 伙食？伙食。
道谢，
他特意来道谢。
or express thanks.
外交，
外交通向和平。
伙食。Bulk is in the basement. Right there. Like partner meals. How do you do? It's just meals. Okay, that's fine. Pretty sure this is partner or companion. What is happening? Oh no, that's not it.
愿，
I don't know, like request or demand. Request and demand are kind of. One is like negative, a little bit more. What in the world is that? Browse. Some reason I want to type like chi. I don't think that's right. And then what is the right one? Fire, cowboy, yen. What? Oh,
鸡， 辛苦，
你辛苦的努力终于有了回报。
辛苦 pungent, bitter. What? Yen. Hold up. Hmm.
变，
I'm pretty sure that's a ladle. Ladle and thread. like a date or like a reservation. But who is it? Oh,
约
it's date and reserve. You make an appointment, a date, reservation. Oh no, it's not what I think it is. Oh wait, I know what it is. Ah! Oh wait, it doesn't have the left thing. Pungent, bitter. It's like suffering. Hard. Yeah, suffer. Harsh, right? Endure. Hardship. To work hard, basically. um. Booty. And like every land, each land, area, place, all over. Yeah, we're gonna do each land. Every land. It still translates. Okay. Have I figured this out yet? No. Blossoming tree. Oh, you know what? It could be. Oh, I really thought that was it. I really thought it's close to Murai Mirai, right? Mirai. Oh no wait, it's not Mario. It's did I already type Mulai? No, Mulai doesn't make sense. Mulai? No, that doesn't sound right. Huh. Okay. Hang on. Finger and it's supposed to be a sprout, right? It's next to okay, what is it? 老实说 okay. It is said that 我看不起 something 的人 and this is smoke. That's yin, that's yin. No. Yes. That's yin. Oh, oh, oh.
抽烟
老实说，我看不起抽烟的人。
Or smoke. Cho yin. How do I keep losing cho for whatever reason? Oh, you're picking up the pick out or pick up. Something like that. Take out. Okay. uh, everywhere, every land, we're all over. Oh, we practice you. How does it work now?
闲
Second leisure. Heck.
福
The heck? What's going on? What did I screw up? Oh, wait. I see it.
利
Heck. Dang it. Save me. Ah! Oh, that's moon. That's not shellfish. Oh, whoops.
受罚
他们因打架而受罚。
I think this is really? Oh, I missed the N.
争
Heck.
泼冷水
他喜欢对新点子泼冷水。
I think
挺身而出
战士们挺身而出。
something like that. Or not? Oh no, step forward. Bravely step forward. Yeah. I'm not sure. Man. Okay. We'll give it a few more tries. Mormon, white, compass.
鸡
Okay. Uh,
素
okay, so this is the moon thing. Oh no. It's often the moon. I don't know. They have rice. Okay, I'm gonna take a gamble. Son of a... Oh wait, I missed the I. For now. Wish. Demand is fine too. In different use. Or requests. Probably requests is less strong than... instead of demand. Request is better.
板
like a print press, printing plate. We're just gonna do...
沙 门铃
有人按了门铃。
I thought this was more like stand tall, chest out. Pretty sure this is stand tall or step forward bravely. Dang it! It was stand forward bravely. That's fine. It's a 50-50. I lost a 50. It'll be fine. I don't know what heckin' blossoming tree is. Standalone for blossoming tree. And I think this is... Oh, no, it's not. It's not what I think. Oops. What? Oh, I typed Zhong instead of Kong.
Xun
No, this is instruction. I'm having a stroke. Okay.
射
I forgot. Dang it. Dang it. This one's really tough. I don't know. I'll come back. I think this one's lost to the wind. We already have 3 that I can't think myself out of a box. How do you have beanstalk and nope.
潮湿，
今天的天气非常潮湿。
it's humid, not humility, humid or damped. I typed humility. What? Oh, wrong.
"铃声，
我听到了铃声，
愿，
Oops. Yen is like complaint or resentment or something.
鲜艳，
这幅画的颜色很鲜艳。
I got nothing. Yeah, this is the first one. What was it? Sure. No. To take a photo? Oh my goodness, we need to improve this. This is not good. Yeah, this one just sucks. There's no way to go about it. Like, I don't know how to make it about Shrek. Shrek wouldn't do this. That's the problem. And also the ears thing is a stretch from the taking of photos. Oh, you know what? Maybe like Shrek snuck away from a tour to the bathroom of the electricity plant because it was boring, right? He decided, like, instead he made some goofy poses with his fingers and ears to take photos of himself being bored, right? Because he doesn't care about it. It's boring. Who cares? I guess we'll try. That one's very suck. Much suck.
空，
Complaint or resentment is fine.
和
Gotta practice this. Oh, nucleus. Core is fine too. Core and nucleus. I'll probably add that.
宿舍
我的宿舍很舒服。
可惜
这家店今天关门了，真可惜。
I think we're gonna add complaint to this. I thought this was like a cherry blossom tree, so it definitely has something to do with moo. I think. Okay. It's way. How the heck is it way? Oh my goodness. Oh, and way lie makes sense. Just couldn't think of it. Not yet. Ah, just think of not yet. And there's not much I can do about this one. This one's like there's a blossoming tree in the corner of the toilet where he monitors not yet, not yet. Not rich enough, right? Mixing ingredients. It's very Walter White. But I just have a block on the way. Oh my gosh, way lie. Second future. Well, I already knew it means future. Just didn't remember the term. Oh, that's disappointing. I should have thought of not yet. Oops.
未来
I could
它来
think
自未来，
even Mirai would have helped me by saying not yet. Oh. Disappointing. Heck, disappointing.
特邀
我特邀教授来参加。
And then this is the third one. The three. Getting three. Yeah, I don't see anything with moon. Moon is the problem. Moon is. We're gonna go and rewrite all the moon stuff because the moon is not good. Maybe it was shellfish that I'm thinking of, so it's not shellfish. I thought it was the whole decorating thing. Like paste? It's not paste. It's Jing. It really is Jing. Oh my gosh, it's essence. Dang it. It's heckin' essence. I thought it was shellfish. Oh, Jing. Oh, now it makes sense. Because Jing is just shellfish on the bottom. Heck. Wait, why is that not here? Oh no, Ji. Sorry, Ji is... Oh wait. There isn't a... Jing? Oh, I didn't get Jing yet. Oh, it's Ji. It's actually... The read is not that close. Pretty sure it's Ji. Wait. It isn't? It was never shellfish. Not G, sorry, Jing. Is it? Oh no, they're both Jings. I think they're both Jings. Wait. Are they both Jing? Am I going crazy? Oh no, it's not. It was always It was always the moon. Oh, I psyched myself out. It has always been moon. I thought it was shellfish. Like here. Do I? Yeah. So make a note. So it wasn't shellfish. All right. So I can differentiate between T and Jing even more than I thought. T is shellfish. Yeah, so G accomplishment is note. But there's another one with tree. Here it is. Accumulate. Yeah, accumulate is shellfish on the bottom. And then with grain stock. And this is rice. But this part is different too. I thought it wasn't. So I actually recalled this incorrectly the last couple times already. So, alright. Good to know. That's what was throwing me off the whole time. I'm like, I don't understand. It can't be Jing. I told myself the whole time, it's like, it can't be Jing. There's shellfish. Good to know. Oh, Lian. 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 交店 哦，连锁店。
款邀请
他们邀请我吃晚餐。
敲门
他听到有人敲门。
Okay. I'm making a mental image. Okay. It's fine. Whoops.
一清二楚
看得一清二楚。
What? 一清二楚. Perfectly clear. Oh, they didn't have crystal clear. Okay, that's fine. Crystal clear is fine. Perfectly clear. Sure. Nucleus. Which core is the same? Core.
辞职
他因为压力大而辞职。
是 听，闭，平台，
海上平台，
人手，
公司增加了一些人手。
I'm so
经
disappointed. It's so disappointing. I negated my own thing. See, I think that's what I think it is, but then I remember this was different. Pretty sure this is Parasite or something like that. Barrel. Can't remember what the first thing is. Chuncho. I don't know what the barrel. Oh no. Hmm.
乙，主编，
他是这份杂志的主编。
Master compiler. Hmm.
村民，
村民们捕获了一头野牛。
平坦，
草原上的地形非常平坦。
赔偿，
他们得到了赔偿。
Oh, that's doubt.
疑问，
这个计划充满了疑问。
自怜，
我们需要勇气，而不是自怜。
精彩，
他的发言很精彩。
I don't know how that becomes brilliant. The essence of color. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. Okay.
尔后
我们签订合同，而后开始进行合作。
Cheap editor, that's fine.
沙漠
我们在沙漠中迷路了。
以
Oh, that didn't help. Guess we'll come back. Oh, I just worked on this, right? Antique with fingers. That's not it. Still a problem.
连锁店
That was unexpected. I don't remember what barrel in Dollhouse. Oh, wait, I do remember.
寄生虫
寄生虫会引起疾病。
I do remember. Wow. Okay. Averted another crisis. Okay. Now we have what? An imp and shellfish. This是广告 alternative. Nothing pink.
赠品
这些是广告赠品。
What? Like praise? Or is it gift? Oh, it might be no. Like product, like good. Hmm.
前途
我觉得你有很好的前途。
Oh no, this is new.
扰
Harass only has one R.
无奈
他无奈地看着雨停了。
受
Dang it. Antique finger. Oh, wait. It took me a while before. It's a little less.
摘花
请勿摘花。
摘要
他写了一个简短的摘要。
What? 摘要。这学了 他学了个 ek 一个简短的摘要摘要。What? I don't know. It's not coming to me at the moment. All right, how about you?
躺下，
小狗看到主人躺下，
Okay.
凉鞋，
我今天穿着凉鞋去海滩。
Okay.
农舍，
我想住在农舍里。
因
Ah. You must pluck what? The heck do you must pluck? Oh wait. Maybe this is a transliteration. No, it's not. Yo. That says he wrote a short, a meager something. Oh, maybe like, how do you pluck things together? Like a summary? Okay. Okay. Alright. So rewarding when you get it, you know? I'm like, how do you pluck things that you want in something? Summarizing. And you wrote a short one, you know?
凭证，
请出示你的凭证。
Heck, I lost it. Okay. Oh, this one sucks.
稿，
One sucks. We practiced it though, but it still sucks.
回到，
我们无法回到过去。
What? Oh, no. No. Wait.
党，剪刀，
这把剪刀很锋利。
情，
Practice that.
赠送，
他赠送了一本书给我。
商业，
在工业、商业、财政方面，
Yeah, commerce. Oh, I accidentally typed 2. What the heck?
虚荣，
虚荣是不好的。
Yep. Got it. Vanity. Like a complimentary gift? Okay.
急，
The heck? Record. Ugh!
盾牌，
他把车子当作盾牌使用。
立场，
我们在这件事上的立场不一样。
Yep. Ah, that's Jian.
法，
Oh, it's they're in the basement fighting it out, duking it out. Of course. Of course they're in the basement. What in the world? No. Not like this. Man. 他的健身 no 他的yeah 健 or 看no 健身带健身带健身wait a minute 装游移 what is missile and what moon 怕的it's gone. Where's the doggo? How the doggo? It's definitely not that. Self and dog. That totally sucks. This is gonna trigger me so much. Of course it's Cho. It's a stench. Can I improve upon it? I don't know. There's not enough context. Like, it's just a dog and it's a nose, not self. Oh my gosh, it's a nose. What the heck is self? Oh, wait. Wait, what the heck is self? Wait, oh, did I not count the lines? Whoops. Alright, that was my video stuff. Wait, has self always been nose? Wait, hold up. Am I crazy? Oh, it's the component. Okay, the component. Ooh. Oh. The component is nose, but the meaning is self. Oh, I screwed up. You know, that's how we're gonna improve upon this. We can use self. I think that's creating confusion. So it's kind of like the other stuff where the component and the character did not retroactively change. So let's see. Let's change this then. Let's use self instead. For the show. Instead of using nose, we'll change it to self from now on. Or I guess no both. I guess a nose is fine too, but we can put both of them, right? We gotta combine both of them. So Charlie Brown is in the bathroom of the bakery where he works, and he's stuck trying to clean the stench off of like a stinky dog, right? Stinky bulldog. His boss is Stinky Bulldog. And himself, right? Himself, because he now also stinks. So that, or yeah, the stench that he smells with his nose. Okay. That sucks. Knowing nose might have been okay. Yeah, nose would have been better than self here in this case, yeah. But we have to connect self with nose more vigorously.
老虎，
这只
忽视，
不应忽视困难。
美德，
尊重别人是基本的美德。
Or what?
毫秒，
他在100毫秒内做出反应。
控制，
我无法控制我的饮食。
This is with the chuck-in stuff, right? And then, oh, I missed the Oh no, 摔倒，肩，
肩摔倒
他摔倒了。
So we have morals, beautiful morals. What is that? Morality, morally good, virtue. Yeah, it's just morally good. It's fine. Morally excellent. It's fine.
温寻
Whoops, that's inquire.
除脸
What do they want? Is this not like interval in between the time? In between. Actually, this is not the same as these things. How am I getting Dian mixed up with Jian? Oh no, wait. Oh no, wait, it is. Just kidding. I was okay with that. It just happens to be a... Oh no. Why is that not listed? Yeah, it is still room and stuff. But it's more like in between. That's why it's a room. That's fine. Wait. Oh, okay. It's fine.
涨价
这家餐厅的菜单涨价了。
It's a price raise or an increase in price. Okay.
震惊
我对他的行为感到震惊。
For Earth. What?
臭气
他的健身带有一股可怕的臭气。
What?
坦
Oh, no. There's the interval. Oh. It's not. Wait. 正经，正经。What?
灰，批，相仿，
这两种语言的文法相仿。
What? Like, frightened? Kind of like startle, shock. Okay, 震惊. We're just gonna do to startle is also a thing. Astonish. I guess shock. Amaze is. That's fine. Yeah. As long as it's not shock. All right. Good enough for today. Good enough. All right. Let's get. Remember. So. Man. Cho. I don't know what's more disappointing. Sure, I can understand. Oh man. 未来 is kind of embarrassing though. Ting. I psyched myself out, and then Cho was really disappointing. Yikes. Okay. What was this? Visitor? Was it Sa? I think it was Sa. Oh, I don't even know where he is. I think it's Lian. Oh, yeah, Lian. Maybe, oh, I didn't even consider the fact that he needs to buy something. Maybe the tapestry was for sale or something. So he was enamored and wanted to buy it afterwards. Sure. Zombie. This is what, the Go board? Raw. Ping. Ping. Okay. Ping. It's so hard to see. Oh, Ping Fan. Chuang. Chuan Lian. I can't quite see what that is. I can take a guess. It's law, probably. Law. 逻辑. Oh, 逻辑 is transliteration. That's why it doesn't make sense. 逻辑. But it kind of sort of still makes sense though, 逻辑. Because it kind of sounds like logic, 逻辑. Maybe. It might be like 下课 moment, 逻辑 and 下课. Or even yo, more, right? Yo more. Or even 顿. Maybe they're not intended to, but this happens to be. Gunling. No, gunling. Bingan. It's kind of funny. Bingan becomes biangang. Biangang versus bingan. How does a biangang work? Like bien, biangang, bingang. 羽绒服. Chai. Oops. Okay. 请 what? This one's taking a while. Yeah, this one takes a while. 请意. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, Bing. The 装 or 装? 装. No, I think it. Oh no, 装饰. Yeah, that's fine. 装饰. Wait, I. 手势. Alright, so we have SpongeBob, who's in the basement of the auditorium, touching up with some spray paint on some props for some peeps from his actors. They happen to be a married couple. Right, married couple who happens to be on a deer. It's a fantasy play, right? on a deer, and those people are hydrating SpongeBob in real time while he's trying to how I lose the meaning immediately from that. What does this even mean anymore? Like hydrating SpongeBob to prevent sprinkling SpongeBob with water to prevent him from dying. Okay, dribbling up. All right, so now we have Link, who is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, where he noticed a beautiful tapestry. Beautiful tapestry that he become enamored, stolen his heart, and he must have, so he ends up buying it, right? What a way to advertise. All right, and then we have James Bond. James Bond in the outside of the house, deploying a special weaving silk that weaves itself, or unfolds itself, I suppose, weave itself into a bugle, in which he uses it to communicate with his accomplice inside. And then we have Master Chief, the most elusive of them all. No initials. Master Chief in the bathroom of the high school, trying to defend all the kiddos, right? Trying to defend all the kiddos. Defend all the kiddos from, I don't even know how the zombie works. It's like a spoon, right, and an elbow sticking out. Something about a foot, and I don't remember. Like arrows, or a pointer. Right, a zombie that's obstructing the bathroom. So he, like Master Chief style, he took a simple stone that was lying around somehow in the sink or somewhere around, and just chuck it and terminated the zombie. It's fine. And everyone cheers. Kiddos are safe. Alright, so we have Robin Hood, who made his way to, he's helping out on the barn. He made his way into the barn bathroom and noticed that there are some farmers who have snuck off using a silked go board. I think go board is just a bunch of dirt, right? Yeah. Go board. On a pedestal, no? Oh no, it's not on pedestal. Oh yeah, it is on a pedestal. Bunch of go board playing Go while they're taking a break. And he respectfully go around, use the bathroom, and it's like, yeah, you know, they've been working very hard. That's just how it goes. Now we have Bigfoot, who is being pursued by peeps, desperately running to the front of an infirmary and demonstrating how, you know, somewhat misunderstood and his poachers. The nurse and the doctor admitted him as a visiting patient, right? Defending poor old Bigfoot. Alright, so we have Waylai. Feels bad, Waylai. Oh wait. It's this, right? Because we're doing traditional mainline. Future, no problems with those. Kind of disappointing. And then Sha was rough. So he's making some goofy. He's making some goofy selfies because the tour was boring. With his ears and fingers. Sure. Take photos. Jing was very disappointing. Because I actually remembered it incorrectly. I didn't double. It did not become apparent over time, apparently. Ding. Okay. Essence. And then last was Cho. It was gone. For a bit, but we'll get it. Okay. Bench. Or Stinky. Alright. That's a wrap for today. What time is it? Ooh. Get a bit of relax. It's 2 a.m. Not too bad. And 2 hours getting to know someone. It's always great. Always wonderful. Alright folks, that's a wrap for our HanziHero session today. We're back on track. We're gonna watch this later. Shit. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero. Try it out for yourself, right? And always welcome to come on by. Share some stuff. It's great to find some commonality despite having like very different mindsets, right? Coming together, keeping each other motivated, sharing stories, creating that every once in a while discussions. Maybe not so much relying on codependency, but more about an exploration of the self and exchanging possible vulnerabilities, but candid conversation. It's great to have a human moment despite all the stereotypes and prototypic behavior about dehumanizing interactions online. You make a comment and never stay for the response, or even why not make the, you can kind of see it as a thing. It's a step towards a direction, I suppose. Anyways, always welcome. Yeah. Until then, for those who are only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见, right? See you guys next time. 感谢观看, right? Thank you for watching. Catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye now.